Attention athletes, with men's high jump, make their way to the column, please. Men's high jump, when you start making your way to the column. Thank you. Attention athletes, there's a final call for the men's high jump. Can you make your way to the column, please? Men's high jump to the column. Men's high jump going to competition now. Men's high jump going to competition. next event to report the column will be the 800 metres men. 800 metres men, can you start reporting to the column? Thank you. Attention athletes, 800 metres men, 800 metres men, can you start making your way to the column adjacent to the main stand? That's 800 metres men, please. Attention athletes, women's hammer. Women's hammer, can you make your way to the column number 1? That's women's hammer, please. Women's hammer to the column. Thank you.
So good, good afternoon from Morton Stadium, and welcome to day one of the Irish Under 20 and Under 23 Championships, sponsored by Irish Life Health. Myself, Dave Sweeney, and Jackie Frayne will be with you today on commentary for this afternoon session. So we've a lot of exciting talent here today. Athletes looking to move on to the European Under 20 and European Under 23 Championships, and a serious amount of talented juvenile and junior athletes coming through the ranks who are a lot of them who are kind of lining up for the first time this year today.
Yeah, Dave, I think there's a lot of exciting talent come through, and a bit like last week, it's great to see so many of the younger athletes stepping up. First race we're going to bring you is the first heat of the 200 metres under 20 women. Lane 2, Nicole Ryan, Lucan. Lane 3, Kyla Ryan, Dunboyne. Lane 4, Lauren McCourt, Bandon. Lane 5, Orla Lear, Monaghan Phoenix. Lane 6, Renee Crotty, Annalee. Lane 7, Ciara Dolan, Galway. And Lane 8, Ciara Moore, St. Lawrence O'Toole. So Dave, places on the 4x1 relay squad at stake here, and individual 200s. I think Lauren McCourt in lane 4 should be the athlete to watch out for in this. This is just a heat with the first two in each heat and the two fastest times qualifying for this afternoon's final.
Yeah, this is going to be good. The wind actually has changed from last week, so the guys will have a following wind coming up the home straight, whereas last week the wind was in totally the opposite direction. So it's a little bit cooler here today, certainly a lot cooler than last weekend at the AEI Games, but Lauren McCourt should be possibly the one to watch here.
Yes, Lauren very quickly out of her blocks there and quickly makes up the stagger on the girl outside her. So as they get up into their running, it's the tall figure of Lauren McCourt from Bandon in lane 4, comfortably into the lead with Kyla Ryan, Dunboyne, and Renee Crotty from Annalee and Orla Lear from Monaghan Phoenix. So a very clear victory there for Lauren McCourt, comfortably through to this afternoon's final.
Yeah, that was
a very quick time there, 24:22.
Yeah, a very excellent start to the day, and I think her coach Liz Coomey will be very happy with that. I'd say there was more in the bank there for she'll hope to deliver on this afternoon. Maybe we'll look for a sub 24 time.
Yeah, I hope that for Lauren's sake that could be rounded down, because 24:20 is the qualifying standard she's looking for, and she looks to run 24:22 there, and she's already missed it by a couple of hundredths on more than one occasion. So it is just the heat, as you say, and she will be pushed hard in the final later. So if we look again, second 100 metres of this race, Lauren really has a commanding lead turning into the home straight, and the girls outside her, Renee Crotty from Annalee and Ciara Dolan, Galway City Harriers, pushing her all the way, as well as Kyla Ryan from Dunboyne, Nicole Ryan from Lucan, and Ciara Moore from St. Lawrence O'Toole.
Can you turn that a little bit? Yeah, perfect.
So David, some exciting action earlier today. Before we came on air, a lot of you will have been watching live online, I know. The numbers in the 800s in particular were not as big as was expected. So, for example, in the under 23s, both the men's and women's 800s ended up being finals early this morning. An early start for these boys, but in the men's under 23, it was a victory for Lewis O'Loughlin from Donora Harriers in 151.01. Second, Kevin McGrath from Bohermean in 153.86. Third, Cian Kelly from St. Albans, 154.06. And fourth, Colin D. Smith from Mullingar Harriers, 154.47. So good win there for Lewis O'Loughlin. Good tussle with Kevin McGrath all the way for those of you watching it. And both those boys, Kevin already has 2 standards for European under-23s. Lewis is searching his second standard for the European under-23s.
7, Kelsey Wall, and 8, Erin Tang.
Yeah, we've got some action in the shot put here, and we've got the under 23 and the under 20 competition are being run at the same time. But in the under 23 competition, the favourites there will be James Kelly from Finn Valley. James will be looking to go over the 17-metre mark today. His best is, I think it's around 1673 or something like that, I think. But he's definitely capable of pushing out over 17 metres and pushing towards qualification for European under 23 championships. And James is going to got some nice competition there today from Sean Carlin. Sean did the decathlon last weekend in the combined event championships, but Sean's an excellent shot putter. And then you've Padraig Hoare and Ryan Duggan as well. So that's going to be an excellent competition in the shot put in the under 23s.
Yeah, completely agree. It's nice to see big fields in the shot put. And I also noticed women's high jump warming up in the background. That's going to be another exciting event. Before we bring you details about the women's high jump, we'll bring you the next heat of the women's under 20 200 metres. Lane 2, Aoife Dwyer from Moyne. Lane 3, Leona Marr from Moyne. Lane 4, Elizabeth Gahan from Enniscorthy. Lane 5, Isabel Doyle from DSD. Lane 6, Molly Mullally, DSD. Lane 7, Kelsey Wall from Galway City Harriers. And Lane 8, Erin Tahany from Corn. Elizabeth Gahan ran very well in 2020. You remember she sort of burst onto the scenes in the under 20 sprints, and she's now being coached by Kevin Cogley. A lot of these athletes benefiting from the presence of a new track down the southeast. We've seen strong sprinters come out of the southeast and from Kerry of late because of the presence of new facilities, and it's great to see new facilities springing up around the country, Dave. It's really it's really helped the standard.
Yeah, I think it's really where Irish athletics is going to move on. It's getting more and more facilities, and especially indoor facilities, but outdoor facilities are I think there's been so many announced recently. It's a great new facility going up at Newcastle West in Limerick, and that's going to feed that whole West Limerick and North Kerry region. And Clonmel, I think, is a track going planned in Clonmel, is there?
Yeah, and I believe Bandon is another one that's got new track planned. So it's good to see them springing up around the country. Yeah. Just to bring you confirmation that time from that first heat, it was a win for Lauren McCourt from Bandon in 24:21. So just outside that qualifying standard 24:20 that she was seeking. But as I said, she should be pushed harder in the final. Second, Renee Crotty from Annalee, 25:81. They're the two automatic qualifiers. And Orla Lee from Monaghan Phoenix, 26:35, and Ciara Dolan from Galway City Harriers at this early stages, 26:64, sitting the two fastest other spots. So 26:35, the time to beat for anyone outside the first two in the second heat.
I had to start my computer again.
Quickly into running there was Elizabeth Gahan in the red singlet of Enniscorthy, making up the stagger on Isabel Doyle outside her. Molly Mullally from DSD quickly into her running also, and Erin Tahany on the outside from Corn going well. So as they turn in, it looks like it is Erin Tahany from Corn, from Elizabeth Gahan and Molly Mullally. Strong performance here by Erin Tahany from Corn, with Elizabeth Gahan second and Molly Mullally third.
It was a much closer heat, Jackie. Winning time 26:24, subject to rounding up or down.
Yeah, that wind looks to have swirled around a bit, Dave. The wind really is swirling today. Looking at the flags, it looked like it might have been in their face in the home straight, which made it for tougher going in that heat, I think. Hopefully it will settle down as the day goes on. It can be a little bit swirly today.
Yeah, well, let's hope it let's hope the athletes get the benefit of it in either way, anyway.
Shot put there, Dave. Hard to see with the absence of a scoreboard, but another final that was on earlier that many of you may have seen on the live link was a victory for Sarah Clark from Nafina in the under-23 women's 800 in 2:13.78. Second, Ciara Deely from Kilkenny City Harriers, 2:14.29. Ciara, a former 400-metre runner and 400-metre hurdler, making the step up to 800 this year. Susie O'Flynn from Raheny Shamrock was third in 2:16.56.
Yeah, and actually just bringing you some hammer results from this morning. In the junior, the under 20 hammer, Robert Higgins from Nafina was the winner there with 57.63, and Sean Marr of Raheny was second with 55.13, and Cormac O'Donnell from Lifford Strabane was third with 52.38. So actually very, very good throwing from those guys. Robert Higgins has been gradually kind of just improving bit by bit every year, but he's looking forward to moving on to the 7 kilo next year, and he's already thrown over 50 meters with that, you know. So, and then in the
all the 200 meter men athletes need to report to the column. So we'll ask you to report.
Can also bring you a result from the women's under-23 400-metre hurdles, which was also a straight final this morning. That was a win for Deirdre Murray from Nafina. So Nafina dominant in the 400-metre hurdles there this morning. Deirdre Murray wins with a time of 61.48. Second, Katie Walsh from Carrick-Navarre, 63.59. And third, Caoimhe Mackey from Denore, 64.61.
And then giving you just some results from the under-23 hammer. The winner was Brendan O'Donnell from Lifford Strabane. So Lifford Strabane doing extremely well today. Brendan threw 61.32. Brendan's, of course, our national senior champion from last year. Sean Mockler of Moycarkey Kilcrew was having a bit of trouble in the circle today, but he ended up with 53.26. Certainly a lot of his other throws, or some of his other throws, were a lot further than that, but he had trouble staying in the circle. So 53.26, and Brian Naughton was, Jared Kelly was third with 40.92. Jared from St Albans, and Brian Naughton fourth from Nina Olympic with 37.72. So Brian's from the famous Naughton family from Nina Olympic, where there's so many athletes have represented Ireland over the years.
Yes, uncles, aunts, cousins, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers. There's a dynasty of Naughtons.
Yeah,
it's great to see it being continued.
It's endless, and it's almost in every event as well. Fantastic sprinters, hurdlers, jumpers, throwers. So they've really done the Tipperary region proud. Yeah.
So the third and final heat in this women's under 2200, Aisling Dwyer from Moyne in lane 2, lane 3 Lucy McGlynn, Tyrconnell, lane 4 Kate O'Connell from Lucan, lane 5 Katie Bergen from Moyne, lane 6 Sarah Millay from Selbridge, lane 7 Megan Lynch from Listool, and lane 8 Eve Marie Nocter from Lucan. Young Kate O'Connell last week, Dave, ran a huge big PB in the 400 metres and really looked very strong, so I think she'll be looking to improve on her 25.60 PB over 200. Kate is young, and it's great to see that she's got a bright future ahead, tall girl. And the girl on her outside, Katie Bergen from Moyne, also ran a PB for 400 metres last week, so these girls were looking to bring their strength from the 400 into the 200 today, and we can tell you that the times, the fastest qualifying times, still look like those from heat 1 of 26:35 and 26:64 for those not in the first two. Like Katie Bergen, fastest into her running there from Moyne. Kate O'Connell on her inside, making up some good ground in the latter half. So turning into the straight, it's Katie Bergen from Moyne and Kate O'Connell from Lucan, with Lucy McGlynn from Tyrconnell on the inside. So close between the two girls who are easing down. Both know they're comfortably through. From the Tyrconnell athlete, Lucy McGlynn, and Sarah Millay from Selbridge.
Yeah, you can see both athletes eased off from maybe 15 metres out, and winning time is 25:40. But definitely there's faster things to come from those girls in the final.
Yeah, that was a super run. You could see how much both girls were easing down, knowing that they were comfortably through, and both girls have a PB outside the winning time, so that definitely augurs well. If we watch again, very, very strong first 100 metres from Katie Bergen from Moyne, and really powers into straight here, and Kate O'Connell realised she's a bit of running to do. So then two of them pull away from the field and they ease through the last 50 metres, both clocking times within their faster than their PBs, which is really great to see when they're able to ease down like that. So exciting prospect for this final. Should be very close contact between Kate O'Connell, Katie Bergen and Lauren McCourt.
This is Padraig Hoare in the circle in the shot put. Padraig from the DMP club in Wexford. Padraig's a very good discus thrower as well. It's in the under 23 shot put. And Sean Carlin moving in next. Sean, as I was saying, the decathlete. So he won't have the normally the huge frame of the normal shot putters. He's got to get around 400 and hurdles and 1500 in the decathlon, but he's extremely fast, an explosive athlete, and
yes, Sean also a good long jumper, and in the past long jump was his favourite event, but he's moved more towards the throws laterally. His father, Ant Carlin, is coaching him now, and multi events I guess is probably where his future lies.
Yeah, it's. I think Sean has got so many strengths. You know, here we have James Kelly in the circle. James, the favourite for the event, doing the rotational style. Well, it looks quite a good throw
from James. James was at the European Under-20s in 2019, so looking to replicate that by qualifying for the European Under-23s in 2021.
Yeah, I really hope he gets there. He's a very talented athlete, and he works with a fine group of throwers up there in Finn Valley. They all train together. Gavin McLaughlin, James, and Bosco Reid, the Masters thrower, all under the stewardship of John Kelly. And then the brother John is in Sweden, also really taking shot put seriously, but unfortunately out with an injury at the moment up in Sweden, and we hope to see him back next year. It looks like this season is going to be knocked on the head for the moment, you know. So.
Okay, so while we wait for the boys to get ready for the next round, I'll bring you a result from this morning's Under-23 men's 400 metre hurdles. Was a win for Jack Mitchell from St. Lawrence O'Toole, 52.32. Oisin McCurry from Raheny Shamrock second in 56.28, and Kieran Nugent from Carrick-Navarre third in 57.92. Jack unfortunately didn't look quite as smooth as last week. He seemed to get his 14 strides between his hurdles and ran a qualifying standard for European Under-23, 51.73. but I think the wind was a bit stronger in that first 200 today, and Jack looked to be using 15s, and resulted in him just missing that standard. He ran 52.32 when he needed to run 52.10, but Jack will have next week at the National Seniors to iron out all those technical issues, and hopefully will get his second standard.
I wish they had them all on the same page.
So it looks like the women's under 23 200 is a final with just 6 athletes checked in. So in lane 3, Molly Harahan, DSD. Lane 4, Lauren Cadden, Sligo. Lane 5, Aoife Lynch from Donore. Lane 6, Sarah Leahy from Killarney Valley. Lane 7, Chloe Hayden from St Lawrence O'Toole. And lane 8, Quiva Rowe from Trim. So Dave, Aoife Lynch has 1 standard here for the European under-23s in the 100, but the 200 would traditionally have been her preferred event, so she's seeking to run a standard here in this final. I hope that the wind settles down a little bit for her, because it is a little bit breezy. 24.10 B standard, 23.55 A standard, well within Aoife's capabilities, particularly given that she's run 11.63 for 100 metres. She'll be pushed all the way by Lauren Cadden from Sligo and Sarah Leahy from Killarney Valley, who ran a couple of big PBs last week at the AAI Games. Competitive looking field in this under 23 race.
Yeah, it's but I think definitely Aoife Lynch is the one to watch. Aoife did a huge PB last week in Eisenstadt. She ran 11.63 in the legal time, so that's really just moving into huge new territory. So let's hope she can. This is a final, so there's no easing up on this. So hopefully we see some nice running here.
I hope that wind is legal, Dave. It's just picked up as a plus wind in the home straight. We really are at the mercy of these winds. Yeah. Very fast start. Lauren Cadden was quickly out of her blocks, and Sarah Leahy from Killarney Valley going well in the early stages, but Aoife Lynch now getting really well into her running. And as they come into the home straight, it's Aoife Lynch from Sarah Leahy, Lauren Cadden, Molly Harahan, Chloe Hayden and Quiva Rowe. So Aoife really powering away here. Sarah Leahy coming in second, and I think Lauren Cadden holding off more Molly Harahan for third.
Yeah, 24.38. It looks to me like that wind has turned around a little bit. I think it seems to be swirling quite a lot, as you were saying, Jackie. But Aoife, she won that out of canter, really. But I think the wind probably did take a chunk off the time.
Yes, Dave, unfortunately I think the wind looks like it might have been a factor. We were saying we were hoping it wouldn't be too strong as a plus wind in the home straight, and as they ran it seemed to be swirling around. So it looked from the gait of the runners that it was actually slightly in their face in that home straight. So 24.38 is a little bit outside the standard that Aoife was hoping to run, but she'll have another go in the 100 metres tomorrow to get a second standard and get across that line. And she's also part of a very strong under 23 women's 4x1 team, which will be selected, or should be selected, I won't say will be selected, but ought to be selected for the under 23 4x1 by virtue of the fact that they have 3 sprinters in the 100 individually. So that is part of the criteria for selection. So that team has a legacy from that team that won a silver medal at the World Under 20s in 2018. So hopefully that team will get selected when selections are held next Sunday.
Jackie, how's that under 23 team shaping up? Like in terms of who would the personnel be that would be in the frame for that?
Quite a big team, Dave, which I'm glad to report. I think we had expected around 24 athletes, and at the moment we're sitting in around 24 athletes. So it depends on some athletes will be looking to qualify for Tokyo, but have also qualified for European under-23s, like Sarah Healy, Kieran Neville, David Kenny, Kate O'Connor. A lot of them have one eye on Tokyo and another eye on the European under-23s. So the next couple of weeks are a very important time for those athletes. The selection for both Tokyo and European under-23s is next Sunday. So we're in the final sort of 8 days run in for these athletes. When the team is selected, we'll have a better idea, but we should definitely have some medal prospects among them.
Yeah, it's all coming very thick and fast at the moment, isn't it? You know, I think for the athletes who've had so long where they've had no competition and been locked down in all various parts of the country, and then, you know, last week we had the AI Games, this week the juniors and under 20s and under 23 championships, next week the national seniors, and then you're straight on the plane to hopefully those who qualify for the European under 20s and under 23s 2 weeks after that. So it's tough for them because they've really, you know, they've got to hit the ground running, and but it's clear that a lot of them are doing that, and some of the fantastic times we've been seeing around Europe and here last weekend.
Yeah, quite a lot of them on display this weekend, which is great, and some of the others abroad. Sarah Healy races in Poland this weekend, so she won't be here for the national championships. The qualifying system for Tokyo, as you're aware, this year is really complex with ranking points and times counting, so it's a difficult one.
Yeah, we'll just have a look at James Kelly here in the shot. That looks good, yeah. He seems very happy with that. He's looking back over his shoulder, and let's hope he's popped over the 17-metre mark with that.
He needs 17 metre 60 for a B standard for the European under-20s, or 18:35 for an A standard. So you think that's within his capabilities, Dave?
Yeah,
and so
I
we'll
do.
be optimistic?
I do. I certainly think at the moment his 17:60 is definitely within his reach. I think James just probably needs a few competitions and get into the groove, and it's sometimes it's hard in throwing and any of these technical events when you're working away in your training circles at home or your training run-ups, and putting that all together in competition is a different story. But the more competitions you do, the better chance you have of that happening, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. These technical events take a lot of work, and a lot of these people didn't have access to tracks during COVID and lockdown, so it's good to see a lot of technical eventers coming out. And within our list of qualifiers for both under 20 and under 23, we have a huge mixture of events: sprints, throws, jumps, endurance. It's great to see, plus walks, and it's great to see them in all the different disciplines. So it's good. Ireland would traditionally have been known as having a lot of middle distance qualifiers, but of late we've definitely got them across all the events, which is
yeah, I think that's a testament to the coaching that's been going on around the country. You know, I think there's been, I suppose, a huge development in the whole the amount of coaches looking to upgrade their skills and through various kind of coach education courses, and they're bringing those back to the clubs, and yeah, I think it's something we probably need a lot more of. We need a lot more coaches, and you know that it doesn't. I suppose those skills don't come through overnight. It does take years of experience to build that up, but I can see so much enthusiasm on the coach education courses and around the tracks around the country. You know, it's and
yeah,
I think as soon as we can open up the facilities a lot more, I think you're going to see a lot more activity. You know.
Yeah, and certainly I think for coaches there's a lot of development to help from the RDOs to help clubs get going and qualify coaches, and then they need, as you say, to gain some experience, valuable experience on the ground in their clubs. And then through the high performance program there's been great opportunities for coaches with a bit more experience through the coach mentoring. Both sprints coach mentoring, endurance coach mentoring and the field events coach mentoring has allowed a lot of athletes to benefit from their coaches upskilling, learning new techniques, new ideas, new thinking in all the different events. So I think that's very there's been a lot of coaches have bought into this, and it's great to see so many coaches interested in developing themselves, and we now have a wider number of coaches coming through. And I think Dave Matthews is hoping to have a coach support scheme that is going to be accessible all over Ireland, which will allow all the clubs to tap into that wealth of coaches that we have around Ireland.
Yeah, I think that's actually an interesting project that's just in its infancy at the moment,
So heat one of the first
where
four
they're looking at
heats,
clubs that maybe don't have
from
expertise in in certain events, that they can tap into maybe an expert coach maybe in the area. And some clubs may only have maybe middle distance, long distance, and maybe a sprints coach, but they might have nobody in walks or nobody in jumps. And so we're looking at trying to I suppose share the expertise around the country, and give, and also give beginner coaches, I suppose, in these clubs an opportunity to shadow other coaches who have more experience, and just gradually bring them on.
I can bring you the result of that women's under 23 200 metre final. A win for Aoife Lynch from Donore, 24:37. Second, Sarah Leahy from Killarney Valley, 25:01. I think that would be another PB for Sarah Leahy. Third, Lauren Cadden from Sligo, 25:16. Fourth, Molly Horahan, DSD, 25:23. Fifth, Chloe Hayden, St. Lawrence O'Toole, 26:66. And sixth, Quiver Rowe from Trim, 27:81. And Dave, the wind officially 0.2, which makes both of us wrong. Wind wasn't as strong as it appears from up here. Up on the top of the stands, it does appear stronger, and the flags do look to be flapping, but according to the wind gauge, it's just 0.2.
Yeah, I think it's that's a bit of a mystery, that one. There's
Final call, Dara Looney, Killarney Harriers. Final call, Dara Looney.
We've heard. I'm looking at the wind gauges there. They're standing in the middle of the back straight there. But I've heard some dodgy stories over the years with wind gauges, where when maybe a certain country's athlete was on the runway in the long jump, you'd have one of their coaches maybe standing in front of the wind gauge to try and block it, so that the times were or the plus wind readings were not being recorded. And then we also had a situation years ago in Moscow Olympics, where in the javelin final, just before the Russian thrower threw, they opened the gates of the stadium at one end to get a load of wind coming down the stadium so he could benefit from it. So
I think here today our meet director
so there's
Andrew Lyman is keeping a very eagle eye on everything here. He seems to be patrolling around the stadium here, keeping an eye on all those wind gauges, so hopefully they'll give us accurate reading for the day here.
As I say, we'll have none of that sort of stuff here.
None of that. Okay, I can tell you that in the men's under 20 200 metres, it's going to be a tough qualifying for these athletes. There are four heats, and just the winner of each heat gets an automatic qualifying berth, and then the four fastest other times. So these boys will really have to move and hope that the seeding has got them in the right heats in order to qualify for the final. In heat 1, Sean Hawke Corrin, lane 2. Lane 3, Lewis Loughlin from Omagh Harriers. Lane 4, Charles Okafor from Mullingar. Lane 5, Aaron Cushion from Clara. Lane 6, Dylan Roberts from Bandon. Lane 7, Praise Wengui from Belgooly. And lane 8, Samuel Judd from Carrignavar. So just the heat winner guaranteed through to the final, plus the four best times from the four heats. So we'll try and keep you up to date to what they need to run as we go through the heats. But Dave, that's a tough qualifying.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty tough. It's there's no hanging around on this one. I think Charles Okafor is probably the
Charles would have run
the standout athlete in this heat.
22:15 wind assisted this year. Charles ran the 200 at EYOF in 2019, and looks like one of our more exciting talents coming through. The qualifying time that these under 20s are looking for in the 200 is 21:53, so really have to get running to get that.
Charles, a student in DCU, and he's been I've watched him quite a bit over the winter, and he's been training really diligently, and so I'm sure he was looking forward to get out onto the track, because all these athletes, of course, they weren't training in the full track facilities over the lockdown.
Yeah, Charles was helped in DCU by Daniel Kilgallen, and now he's home in Mullingar back with Greg Duggan. But I think Greg and Daniel will be working together to try and help Charles to develop his talents. So I think he should be the one to look out for in lane 4 here, but will be pushed all the way by the others. Tall figure of Charles there in the Mullingar hurries very quickly up into his running a really positive first 100. That's very good to see. And Aaron Cushion from Clara and Dylan Roberts from Bandon outside him going well. So it looks like Charles Okafor from Dylan Roberts into the home straight with Samuel Judd. Nice easing down, 22.46. Very, very positive run there for Charles. I think he'd be very happy with that. Looked very comfortable.
Yeah, looked very easy. He's got He actually got out of the blocks extremely fast. He's probably wouldn't be known as that wouldn't be known as his strong point, I think, of his race. But I thought he got out extremely well there, and he's got a very upright running style. But he was kind of coasting down the home straight there.
Yeah, I think he'll be pleased with that, and that's qualifying for the final this afternoon put in the bag. And as you watch, he really has a commanding lead coming into the line ahead of the Bandon athlete Dylan Roberts, who will need to wait and see with the times. We can bring you those times in a few minutes, and we'll let you know what other athletes who don't win their heats will need to run in order to qualify for the final.
Yeah, I think, what was it, 22.46?
The high jumpers had to get out of bed early this morning, Dave, in order to high jump. Both the men's junior and under 23 high jumps have finished. The winner in the men's under 20 was Jack Ford from St. Killian's with 193. Jack won the junior decathlon last week.
Yeah, that's very, very good jumping there. It's Jack. Yeah, I'm sure he was feeling the effects of the decathlon last week. But that's certainly that 193 would be scoring huge points in the decathlon for him. So.
And in second place was Adam Nolan of St. Lawrence O'Toole. We watched Adam pole vaulting, I believe, last week, if I'm correct. So multi-talented Adam. 190. Good jumping from him also.
Yeah, I think Adam might have got 195 last weekend. So maybe just a little bit down. But that's extremely good jumping as well. Adam's.
The third place was Daniel Green of St. John's at 175, and fourth Noah McConway of Ennis Track with 170.
Very good. Well, we have the hammer presentation down below for the women's junior, and there's kind of an expected 1-2 there with Nicola Tuttle from Bandon, the winner, and Adrienne Gallen from Lifford Strabane Athletic Club in second.
We don't unfortunately have those distances yet, but we'll bring them to you when we do.
Yeah, and Aideen Cody from St. Albans in third. Yeah, we're going to bring you some highlights of that later on, and we'll get the distances. But Nicola Tuttle has been just gone from strength to strength this year. She's our national senior champion last year. And last weekend she pushed out a new personal best of 61 metres, over 61 metres, and she had an excellent 60 metre plus performance in the European Throwing Cup in Split just last month.
Yeah, Dave, Nicola's had 3 throws over 60 metres, which is really encouraging heading towards European under-20s in Tallinn, and it'll be Nicola's first really major championships. It was great for her to get the experience by going to the European Throws Cup. It gave her a feel of what it was like to go internationally. We forget that a lot of these younger athletes, because of COVID, have had no experience internationally, and it's going to be a big ask for them going to European under-20s without having the usual meets such as Uerdingen and Mannheim that we used to rely on to give them a little experience. So delighted that Nicola got to go to the European Throws, and she proved that she was in great form last weekend with a PB of 61.46. So we wait to see what she threw this week.
Yeah. Yeah, I think getting exposure to these international meets, it's that's really what it's all about for these guys. You've really got to see what your international opposition look like. You've got to see what sort of speed they move at, and you get technical ideas from watching these elite throwers and these international competitions, and it's very hard to get that just from watching a video.
Absolutely. The other high jump result from this morning was a win in the under-23 high jump for Kieran Connolly from Lekeila at 2:05. Kieran, I was watching earlier on, just missed his 2:10 attempts. He was pleased enough with his day's jumping, would have liked to clear the 2:10, but he was busy going away to warm up for his 200 metres. So great to see these athletes in more than one event. Yeah,
I think that's the same as Kieran jumped last week. He's an extremely powerful athlete. And he had a really respectable 200 metres last week, 22.4 thereabouts, I'm not sure. And but he jumped 2:05 last week, 2:05 this week in the high jump, and he's definitely somebody who's ready to move on. And I would expect him to go towards 2:10, 2:15.
So I can bring you confirmation of the win in the first heat of the men's under-20 200. Charles Okafor, 22.45, so Charles automatically qualifies for the final. Second place, Dylan Roberts from Bandon, 23.19. Third, Samuel Judd from Carricknavar, 23.32. And fourth, Lewis Loughlin from Oma, 23.91. Fifth, Sean Hawke from Corran, 23.93. So 23.93 at the moment sits as the cut-off times. So 23.93, 91, 32 and 19 are the four sitting in the qualifying spots with 3 heats remaining. Heat 2, Lane 3, Lewis O'Connell, Listool. Lane 4, Leonardo Badolato from Listool. Lane 5, Billy Corrigan from Northwest Kildare. Lane 6, Glory Wengimi from Belgooly. Lane 7, Robert Irvine Byrne from Tala. And Lane 8, Sean Harding from Shercock.
Very impressive Italian pronunciation there, Jackie.
Yeah, thanks. I think we'll hand over some of these to you at the latter stages of today. Dave, I think Robert Byrne here, coached by Kenneth Kiernan and Tala. Kenneth's building a nice young sprint squad out there. His training partners Joseph Finnegan Murphy and Jennifer Hanrahan both ran very well last week, and Robert looking to improve on his 22.7 clocking earlier this season in this 200 metres.
Who do we know down there?
So the way the Tala runner quickly into his running there, it's Robert Byrne quickly up into his striding, and Billy Corrigan from Northwest Kildare and Leonardo Badolato from Listowel. So it looks like the Listowel athlete from Sean Harding or Shercock. So it looked like Leonardo Badolato from Listowel, from Sean Harding from Shercock. That race changed incredibly between the first and second 200, Dave. Very quick into his running there was Robert Byrne, but that stagger was eaten eaten up very quickly, but then Sean Harding obviously realised that those inside him are moving quickly and picked up again. So we see coming off the bend here, Sean Harding from Shercock being pushed all the way by Robert Byrne, and on the inside, Leonardo Badolato from Listowel. So it looks like Badolato from Harding from Byrne.
Yeah, that's going to be, there's not much between that, but I think probably both of those guys, hopefully they're fast enough to get into the final. Time is around 22:33.
And heat 3 of the 200 metres men, that's in lane 3, Mark Carolino Olympic. In lane 4, Michael Farrelly, Rahimi Shamrocks. In 5, Derek Donahue, Annalee. In 6,
And that's the three medalists walking away from the podium there. James Kelly, the winner. It's Sean Carlin, second place, and Padraig Hoare, third place that's in the under 23 shot put.
The women's high jump is in progress. There at the first bend in the 200, at the bend in the 200 metres. Amy Callahan from Christianstown, Aoife O'Sullivan from Liscarl, Ciara Kennelly from Killarney, Eve Lacey from Roundwood and District, Hannah Moriarty from Lucan, Katie Nulke from Ferrybank, Niamh McCorry and Roisin Kelliger from Annalee, and Shoga English from St Albans. Dave, Aoife O'Sullivan jumped a big PB of 178 last week and is looking for a 179 qualifier. But is also in the middle of her leaving cert, so tough ask here, but great jumping from her last week.
Yeah, it is a tough ask. Tough ask of anything, asking anything of anybody during the leaving cert. But maybe she when she came and competed last weekend, sometimes you're in the middle of exams and you don't get caught up thinking about technique and you just go and jump, and sometimes that can really work as well. You don't get too stressed out about the high jump. It's almost just to get away from your exams. And certainly Aoife brought a lot of form last weekend, and she looks definitely like she can push over not just 179 but 180 and be competitive at when she goes to those championships.
This is one of the Annalee girls.
It's
apologies without it.
Niamh McCorry,
I think, but without a scoreboard it's a little bit hard for us to work out which.
Yeah, in the under 23 event in the high jump we have Lara O'Byrne from Denore Harriers, Louise King from St Coleman's South Mayo, and Shannon Craig from Lifford Strabane.
And Lara O'Byrne last week multi-events, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, Lara did really well last week. I think she looked like she significantly improved in some events. Her hurdling was excellent. And she's a good high jumper as well. She's I think her PB might be around 163, 165 or something like that. So maybe she can push that on a little bit. But she's very competitive, and there's Ciara Kennelly I think 99% of her was over that bar, and she just barely clipped it. But,
so heat 3 of
that was Katie Nulke, actually, not Ciara Kennelly.
Yeah, Katie Nulke unlucky not to clear 165 last week. Dave in that AAI Games young girl with a couple of PBs last weekend, both in the long jump and in the high jump, so I think she'll be looking to get that 165. She cleared 160 last week. Heat 3 of the under 20 men's 200 metres. Lane 3, Mark Carl from Nina. Lane 4, Michael Farley from Rahini Shamrock. Lane 5, Dara Donahue from Annalee. Lane 6, James Ezenau from Leevale. Lane 7, Ronan Long from Tala. And Lane 8, Sean Mahoney from Listowel. Michael Farley would be the athlete in form here. Michael has a PB of 21.77 and has been a member of 4x1 squads under 18 and under 20, and is still part of that 4x1 men's under 20 squad, coached by Kay Bannon and Rahini there. Mark Carl from Nina on the inside is better known as a long jumper. Mark's had an injury plagued couple of years, but at a big PB in the long jump last week and goes again in the long jump tomorrow. He's in lane 3. Dara Donahue from Annalee and Ronan Long from Tala, Sean Mahoney from Lishdoul all have PBs in the 23 seconds. So this looks like a very competitive race.
So Michael Farley is a PB of 21.77 here. It's certainly, if he produces anything like that, he'll be straight into the final.
Yeah, that was actually a windy time recorded earlier this year. So he's a legal time of 22.05, so he'll be looking to try and push towards that wind assisted time. He is looking for 21.53 as a qualifying standard for the European under-20s, but will probably look to run that in the final when he has the likes of Charles Okafor and the Heat 2 winner Sean Harding to race against. So Michael will look to qualify here and probably save his faster running for later, I would imagine. So from the inside, Carl, Farley, Donahue, Azano, Long and Mahoney. Super start there by Michael Farley in lane 4. He's quickly up in the stagger and into. He's running also quickly as Leavell athlete James Ezanow. So it's James Ezanow and Michael Farley together turning in, both comfortably clear, but they both realise that the winner only is guaranteed an automatic spot, so now there's a bit of running to be done, and it's Ezanow from Leavell who's going to take the win from Michael Farley and Dara Donahue.
Yeah, James Ezanow was extremely impressive there. He certainly wasn't pushing himself down that home straight. So hopefully those two guys are through to the final. James is and Michael, and I think that's going to be a very close race, that final.
Dave, the clock didn't seem to work there for us. I'm sure it did on the system, but the stadium clock didn't. So that looked like a faster heat, and hopefully those two athletes will get into the final. But we await the official confirmation in a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Both the junior and under 23 will be a combined race at 13:40. So that's the under 23 and junior women. It'll be a single 5,000 metre race at 13:40.
You've just heard there that later today the 5,000 metres for women will be combined under 20 and under 23 race. So they'll race the two lots together, obviously with two separate lots of medals being distributed. So that could be a bit of a commentator's nightmare, Dave.
Yeah, there's a lot of commentators' nightmares going on. Yeah, I think until somebody sticks a microphone in your face and asks you to start talking, and when there's no information, no scoreboards.
But we'll rely on our endurance coordinator Matt Lockett to give us lots of information for those races.
I know, all those confusing things like lap times and yeah, sure. Once it goes over one lap, I just get dizzy. I don't know about you, Jackie.
I think I lose count, Dave. Which probably isn't good, but Matt has promised to keep us informed throughout the day. Matt will be here both days, so we're relying on him to give us a lot more wisdom where the endurance events are concerned. As we brought you the results earlier, the under 23s 800s are already finished. They were straight finals, and the under 20 800s finals are later. I can bring you the qualifiers for the men's final. Joseph Prendergrass from Greystones District, Kyle Moorhead from Crockwell, Nathan Sheehy Kremen from Emerald, Matteo Mary from Waterford, Aaron Shorten St Lawrence O'Toole, Owen Quinn, Mullingar Harriers, Oisin Kelly from Cranford, Dara Donoghue from Lucan, Niall McKnight, Annadale Striders, and Cian Gorman, St Peter's. Dave, I watched these qualifying rounds earlier. Very competitive. Large fields entered in this under 20 800. Probably the athlete who looks most comfortable in qualifying was Owen Quinn of Mullingar Harriers. Owen has a PB this season of 150.45 and is seeking a second European under 20 standard. Nathan Sheehy Kremen looked comfortable winning his heat. I think it'll be a good final. There was some very good performances and very close finishes, so the 8 that actually emerged as qualifiers will, I think, be quite relieved too, because of some very close finishes in those qualifying rounds this morning.
Yeah. Of course, 800 metres has been just an outstanding event in Ireland this year. We have 4 athletes looking with the possibility of qualifying, 4 female athletes looking to qualify for the Olympic Games. Of course, only 3 can go, but currently we have Nadia Parr, who's sitting well in a qualifying place at the moment. Looks pretty safe to go to Tokyo. And then just on the cusp of qualifying is Schieffer Cleary Butner, Georgie Hartigan, and just outside at the moment is Louise Shanahan. So it's really all to do for these girls next weekend in the national championships.
Yeah, and then there's another few, the likes of Jenna Brommel snapping at their heels also coming on behind. So I think that women's 800 at the national seniors is going to be a really, really competitive event.
I think it's with the ranking points that goes with the winning the national championships, the winner next weekend has a very good chance of being on that plane to Tokyo.
So the 4th heat of this men's under 20 200 metres. Lane 3, Kamjika Onwumere. I apologise if I'm pronouncing this incorrectly. In lane 3, in 4, Robert MacDonald from Galway. In lane 5, from Dara Looney from Killarney Valley. Lane 6, Carl McCarthy, Killarney Valley. Lane 7, Bruno Iovoro from Newbridge. Lane 8, Sean O'Brien from Lucan. Form athlete for this season in this race has been Robert MacDonald from Galway City Harriers. You will have seen a very big PB, over 400 for him in Belfast recently. Robert's favourite event was the 400 metres, but he's been running very well over the 200, and so he looked to nail a qualifying standard here for the European under-20s to give himself the choice. Probably doubling up over the 2 events at a major championships wouldn't be a great idea. He's got one standard from last year of 21:40, and the selection policy requires him to back that up with a second one this year. So he's looking to run 21:53 in the final later today. So for this morning, the job is to just win his heat and get through to that final.
Yeah, 400. Like Robert has done so well over 400, but that's another event that's some significant performances are coming through between Robert's excellent running and then Chris O'Donnell with a huge PB during the week there of 45.83, I think it was.
Yeah, it's really close to the top there.
86, I'm not sure, but
Chris and Killian Green and young Robert MacDonald snap at their heels then with the 46.59 earlier this season. So it's going to be a cracking competitive.
Yeah, we also have the under 20 and the under 23 women's shot put. They're getting ready to go, and they're just warming up at the moment. But in there we have in the under 23 event we've Fiona Hennessy and Mary Fitzgerald. Mary's just back from a medal winning performance at the European Paralympic Championships. So she's a person. She's looking to get over 8 meters this year. And then in the under 20 event, much. Oh, actually,
I'll just interrupt you, Dave, just to bring this heat 4, and then we'll look at the under 20 field for the women's shot put. So Robert McDonald in lane 4 probably looks like the athlete to watch out for. Certainly the one with the form this season. Bruno Iravora ran last weekend, lane 7. So very, very quickly into his running. The red hoop of Galway is Robert McDonald. Quickly makes up the stagger on those outside him, and coming into the home straight, it's Robert McDonald from Unmuera from Metro St. Bridget's and Bruno Avira from Newbridge. So easing down, qualifying comfortably, Robert McDonald from Unmuera from Metro St. Bridget's and Bruno Avira from Newbridge.
Yeah, that was a very impressive run, Jackie.
Yeah, look very, very comfortable.
21.94.
Dave McInerney, Legal in 3. Kieran Connolly, Kayla in 4. Colin Doyle, Legal in 5. Jack Hickey, Moyne, AC in 6. Owen O'Sullivan, Selbridge in 7. And Aaron Kelly, Langford in 8. That's heat 1 of the under 23 200 metres men.
Yeah, Robert got out of the blocks really fast on that one and ran a really good bend. And you can see him when he comes up the straight. He was pretty much coasting. He's got a kind of a limited arm action, you know. It's not a huge, wide-ranging arm action, but very fast turnover with his legs. So hopefully we'll see a rerun of that now.
Yeah, certainly as the qualifiers go, it would look that Michael Farley would be comfortably through in second place in that third heat, as his time is confirmed as 22.57, which is pretty quick.
Just the starters in the under 20 shot put for women. There's Casey Mulvey from Innievale, Charlotte Healy from Ferban, Chloe Casey, Galway City Harriers, Ella Rafferty from Tuam, Niamh Quinn from Cushenstown, and Sive Byrne from Enniscorthy. And Casey Mulvey, Casey had a great performance over at the European Throwing Cup in Split, where she finished 4th in the under 23 event with 15 meters 62. So Casey will be she's targeting the European under 20 championships over in Estonia, and just looking to work on maybe on some technique here and iron out a few things, you know. So
yeah, it's lovely to see Casey consistently within the standards for the European under 20. She has 3 performances within the qualifying standards in 2021 and another from 2020. So 15.62 in Split being her furthest so far. So she'll look to improve on that today, and we wish Casey the best at European under 20 should she be selected.
The women is one race, the junior and under 23 women. It's a single race, whereas the 5,000 metres men will be 2 races. There'll be a junior race and an under 23 race. Thank you.
So Robert McDonald confirmed as 21.93 in that 4th heat of the 200 metres. Kemjika Onwera second in 22.60, and Bruno Aviro third in 22.78. Those 3 would look to be qualifiers to me. The rough calculation for the final, along with Michael Farley from Raheny Shamrock and the 4 heat winners, but we'll need to wait the official confirmation of that. So in the men's under 23 200 metres, the first 3 plus the 2 fastest times qualify for the final. So just 2 heats in the men's under 23 200. First 3 plus the 2 fastest times qualifying for the final. Heat 1, Conal O'Toole from Raheny Shamrock in lane 2. Lane 3, Dave McInerney, Leavale. Lane 4, Kieran Connolly from Lekela. Lane 5, Colin Doyle from Leavale. Lane 6, Jack Hickey from Moyne. Lane 7, Owen O'Sullivan from Selbridge, and Lane 8, Longford's Aaron Kelly. Colin Doyle is an athlete who enjoyed some really good form as an under 18 and made it to the semi-finals of the European under 18s, but unfortunately picked up an injury then, and that injury continued to plague him for a couple of years. So it's great to see Colin back here running really quick again this year. He's had some big performances this year, but the wind has played devil's advocate with his times, and he's had a lot of wind assisted performances. So Colin is seeking qualifying performance for the European under-23s of 21:30. He ran 21:34. You might remember last week here at the AAI Games, just missing out in that standard, but was very happy with that run. I think he's very happy to be back running fast again, and hoping that hamstring stays strong for him. Colin is coached in Cork by Alan Moynihan, and he's a training partner of Conor Morey. So Alan Mahoney coaching Colin Doyle and Conor Morey there in Cork, and it's great that those two boys have each other to train off. Conor's preferred event is the 100 and Colin's is the 200, so it's very compatible in training that they can push each other, but they each would have a stronger discipline. It's always nice to have training partners that are of a par with each other. As we said earlier, Kieran Connolly won the high jump at 2:05, and he goes in lane 4 of this 200 metres. He's a season's best of 22:33. And Colin O'Toole from Raheny has a season's best of 22:82. So those look to be the fastest of the athletes within the field. Dave McInerney from Leavile with a 22:32. So it would look like the two Leavile athletes and Kieran Connolly, Colin O'Toole would have the fastest times on paper, but let's see who copes with the conditions today. Looked like Kieran Connolly actually very quickly, and he's running, and Colin Doyle eating up the stagger on Jack Hickey outside of him. So as they turn in, it's Colin Doyle from Kieran Connolly. Those two athletes clear, with Dave McInerney from Leavile in third and Jack Hickey from Moyne fast finishing. Those look like to be the first 4. So as we said, it's the first 3 plus the 2 fastest times to qualify. So Colin comfortably through there, Kieran and Dave McInerney. And Jack Hickey will need to wait to see what his time is, see if his time is quick enough to get him into that final. So watch again, Colin Doyle, very impressive around that bend, nice balanced running, turns into the straight, ahead of Kieran Connolly and Jack Hickey. Dave McInerney he's running in the latter stages of the race, so it's Colin Doyle from Kieran Connolly, David McInerney, Jack Hickey and Colin O'Toole. I see in the high jump there that the officials are standing on the mat to measure the height, so that always signifies that it's gone higher. Unfortunately, we don't have a scoreboard, so we can't bring in the height, but I am guessing it is somewhere in the 170s, judging from here, but it's a little bit hard to see from this height. I'll try and see if we can bring you some updates. So the result of that Heat 1, men's under 23, 200 metres, a win for Colin Doyle from Leavale, 21.71. Second, Kieran Connolly, Lacala, 22.37. Third, Dave McInerney, Leavale, 22.60. So those are the three automatic qualifiers. Jack Hickey from Moyne with 22.70 and Conan O'Toole from Raheny Shamrock with 22.93. We'll have to wait to see are those two times fast enough to get them into the final. Heat 2, men's under 23, 200 metres. Lane 2, Mark Ryan, Nino Olympic. Lane 3, Sean McCarthy, Emerald. Lane 4, John Grant from Selbridge. Lane 5, Joseph Finnegan Murphy from Tala. Lane 6, Shane Kennedy from Selbridge. Lane 7, Emmanuel Ilori from Tullamore. And lane 8, Shane Mooney from Tira. John Grant from Selbridge had enjoyed some good form of late in the sprints, as has Joseph Finnegan Murphy from Tala. And it should be a battle between these two for the honours. Pushed all the way by Sean McCarthy from Emerald and Emmanuel Laurie from Tullamore. And Shane Mooney from Tira, who ran well in the AAI games last weekend, in lane 8. John Grant has a 22.41 to his credit this year, but his PB from last year's 21.90. And Joseph Finnegan Murphy has run a really quick 22.15 this year, but unfortunately wind assisted. So we'll look to try and get a non-wind assisted time to his credit. So John Grant, part of Michael Tynan's sprints group there in Selbridge, and Joseph Finnegan Murphy, part of Kenneth Kiernan's sprints group in Tala. Mark Ryan being coached by Dennis Finnerty in Nina. Great to see that track has had a major facelift indoors, and they put that club's put a lot of time and effort into it, and they have a lot of athletes competing at these championships, which is great to see. So it looked like Finnegan Murphy really quickly out of the blocks and makes up stagger on Shane Kennedy outside him, with on the inside Sean McCarthy of Emerald going well and John Grant from Selbridge. So it looks like Joseph Finnegan Murphy from John Grant and Shane Mooney. So Joseph Finnegan Murphy, John Grant and Shane Mooney look to be the three automatic qualifiers.
Attention athletes, the next event on the track will be...
So if you watch again, it's Joseph Finnegan Murphy, John Grant using his strength in the closing stages there. And on the inside, the Emerald athlete Sean McCarthy being overtaken by Shane Mooney and Emmanuel Laurie. So close between those guys for the non-automatic qualifying place. That was Ciara Kennelly, Katie Nulke just taking the bar off with her heels there in the high jump.
Karen Gallagher, under 23 from Valley. Aoife McCready, Lagan Valley. Aoife Coffey, Lucan Harriers. Kira Kernan.
Sorry, I was correct in my first. It was Kira Kennelly from Killarney Valley, failing at that height. It would appear that Aoife O'Sullivan and Katie Nulke and Kira Kennelly are the three athletes left in at that high jump from my vantage point, but we await confirmation. And in the shot book, that looked like a big throw from Casey Mulvey, but gets a red flag, so obviously a foot foul for that.
So the 5,000 meters takes
Okay, so picking up the commentary here, in Dave Sweeney and Jackie Frayne have left their posts, so you're stuck with Matt Lockett here for a while. We had a false start in the 5k, but now they're off and running, and Laura Mooney has taken the lead there. She's a junior athlete. We're running the juniors and under 23s together. Just two under 23 athletes in the race. Lauren Tinkler currently sat in third place as they come through with 11 laps to go. It's Neva Marnie in second place on the track. She's also under 20. And there's a second under 23 athlete just sat in the group there from Finn Valley. It's largely a junior race here. Laura Mooney setting a good pace at the front. She's been studying over at Providence College, Tullamore athlete. She's already standards for the European under 20s. Neva Marnie in second. Strong contender in that race. Moving up behind her is Aoife McCreevy from Lagan Valley. She's been running very well this season. It's a 16:52 to her name already, so she's positioned herself behind Lauren Tinkler there, who's the lead under 23 athlete. So we're coming through, nearly completed the first K, and Laura's setting a good pace. Good conditions here in Santry, light breeze, warm, quite warm for 5,000 metre running, but the rest of the events we appreciate the weather. So that's coming through in 3:11, 3:12. So we're not too far outside 16-minute pace for 5k, so a decent pace. Expecting a big field for the senior 5,000 metres next week, which is good to see. Yeah, so a nice little race developing for the first four places on the track. Second and third in the junior race, we have, it looks to me as though it's Aoife McGreevy and then Holly Brennan in second, I think, from Killies. And Lauren, the under 23 athlete, just standing behind them. So Aoife McGreevy looks well into her running now, giving chase to Laura Mooney, who's way out ahead, about just over 50-metre lead at the moment, as she comes through with the 9 laps to go. Hits the track pretty hard. The track's very hard in Santry at the moment, and you can actually hear Laura Mooney. In fact, most of the athletes actually hitting the track, even from way up here in the commentary box. So yeah, the two girls move through in second and third. That's the real close race at the moment. Lauren and has a nice lead in the 23 race. The Finn Valley athlete is the other under 23 athlete, and she just sat in on the back of the what is the third group now. So yeah, it's hard to tell. Things have settled. Aoife McCreevy giving chase. It's a fairly even gap now between her and Laura Mooney, who's also moving nice rhythm. Not easy to run 5,000 metres on your own on the track. I say conditions are good, but it's easy to let your mind wander and the pace slip. So yeah, there's the battle in the bunch there is really for the minor places amongst the four girls. Aoife looks as though she's pulling away from Holly Brennan in second to head up the second place chase. So Laura's no longer extending the lead. Aoife's maintaining that gap. It's about 50 metres, so a lot of chasing to do to catch Laura, and she's moving very well and smoothly. Quite a low knee lift, probably the gait of someone who might excel at the 10,000 meters or marathon in the years to come. The high knee lift favoured by sprinters is maybe not efficient once you start as efficient once you start going bigger distances, and running economy becomes the key factor in success. So Holly now in third place in the junior races, locked in to a rhythm with Lauren, who's leading the under-23 race. So she's getting a nice bit of a tow around. And 7 laps to go, just outside 7 minutes. So she's not let the pace drop too much. The national record for the event for the championship is it's down here as 16:19 from Laura Mooney from 2020. So that could be her own record. That won't be the national record. I think that'd be the national championship record. So the girls coming through, just happy to see those lap counters show 1 less each time. Really about breaking the race into segments in the 5,000 meters. Lots of guys have a target for the first 4 laps and then tend to wander a bit. I think a good way to approach the race if you're looking to run a PB is really know what your target is for each K in the race, and if the time's been displayed on the clock, it helps you to keep your concentration a little bit. As with many races, it's that third quarter of the race where people tend to drift off. So keeping targets in mind, not just for the start of the race and the finish, but keeping the concentration right the way through is key when it really starts to bite. So it looks as though, having reeled the gap in slightly, Laura, if anything, is now extending her lead on Aoife McGreevy. But both girls moving nice and smoothly. Holly Brennan coming through in third place, 8:54 through with 6 laps to go. Yeah, bumper entry this year as the girls come through. I think with the juvenile championships being much later in the year and less competition opportunities, of course we're not at the schools championships, it's meant that we've got really good numbers in the under-20 races. Maybe more of the youth athletes, the under-18s, stepping up and race against the under-20s, which given the depth of we've got in the country with the population size, I think it's probably no harm. Good to see the under-18s taking on the under-20s. So Laura's still moving well. 9:45 with 2K to go. So she could run inside that 16:19. And then we have Aoife coming through in just outside 10 minutes. So for 3K, which is good running. So she's running about 80-second laps by my maths. So that would give her 16:40-ish, which I think would be a PB. But it's a tough way to run it on your own. It'll be interesting to see what happens in this next kilometre. Laura passing some of the athletes now to lap them. Some of them moving out. Always a bit of debate whether it's better for the lap markers to move out or let the leading athletes through, or it's better for them to go around. It can be quite hazardous because they can't always see what's coming behind them, and then sometimes they move out at the last minute, and there's always that risk of collisions. But Laura, I guess, will be using those athletes she's about to lap as little targets on the track. Nice little group coming through, led by Clara Keane there, working together. There's Neva Marnie there, who's been a good cross-country runner there from Munster. challenging really for a lot of our athletes who are in their leaving cert year. The later leaving cert timetable it really is quite tricky. Trying to train hard through the leaving cert can be tough. So the time of this championship is non-ideal from that point of view, but with the way things have been this year, there wasn't too many options for where to put the race. Of course, we've got athletes preparing for the European Under-20, European Under-23. Holly Brennan there coming through with 4 laps to go, and she's 11:50, so she just slowed slightly. Lauren Tinkler, the first Under-23 athlete's got quite a gap on her. I think it's the Ennis athlete there, Laura Healy, working with 449 is Ava Costello, from Trim. So those two helping each other out a bit. I think they're even swapping up the lead, which always helps get a bit of reduced air resistance while you're sitting behind the other athlete for a lap, and I think keep each other into a nice rhythm. So Laura really 3 laps to go now, looking very as though she's going to be a comfortable winner. She's got pretty much a 100-meter lead on Aoife McGreevy, who's also still moving well. Probably a bit of a breakthrough season for her with 16:52. So she's inside the European Under-20 standard already, which was 16:55. She's probably benefits from some great meets held up there at Mary Peters on the in Belfast over the last couple of months. And there we are, Holly Brennan moving through, 3rd place in the Under-20 race. She's got 3 laps to go, moving through in 13:20. There's quite a few lapped athletes now, so I think it could be Ava and Laura, the next 2 on the track in the Under-20 race. They're also approaching the final 2 laps. Oh no, final 3 laps, sorry. It's Laura's got 2 to go. So Laura Mooney now with the final 800 metres. She's commanding lead. It's really a race against the clock for herself. Impressive solo running. And I think is that Clara there, the steeplechaser moving through, Clara Keane. And there's the second Under-23 athlete from Finn Valley. She finishes the race. She's secured that 2nd place spot in the Under-23s. I guess some of the Under-23 athletes might be choosing to run with the seniors next weekend. They were originally going to be scheduled together with the senior championships, but then it was starting to look as though there might not be too many opportunities for athletes to run, and with the qualification window quite tight for European Under-23s, it closes next Sunday night. It was felt that putting the Under-23s with the Under-20s would give them that extra competition to post performances. But athletes have found a few races over the last few weeks, quite a concentrated season for them. But Olympic Games coming up always condenses the season a little bit if that's early, but we've plenty of racing to be done for the rest of the summer for athletes, with the juvenile competitions only really kicking off once we're out of June. So Laura has heard the welcome sound of the bell. If you're running a solo 5K, still driving things on. I think she looks. Last week she ran the AI Games, and she looks as though she was running with a slight kink in her hip. A coach tells me she went surfing that week, and is not recommending it as a pre-championship preparation for athletes in the future. Athletes can get quite used to certain movements, and then if you do other sports, even though you've been very fit, it can leave you with a bit of muscle soreness. But no problems for Laura today. She's posting the final straight. Holly Brennan has got a lap to go. She's in 3rd place in the Under-20 race. 16:13 for her with a lap to go. So she's going to run inside 17:30, I think, which would be quite respectable. Laura's coming through. She's outside her own time of 16:19, I think, from last year. 16:30 is pretty impressive on your own. Two girls working together. Nice little race on between Ava Costello, I think it is, and Laura Healy from Ennis. Ennis got a great bunch of 3 and 5k runners at the moment in the men's side, and Laura flying the flag for them in the women's race. So Aoife moving very well, and Aoife McGreevy's Lagan Valley takes the second place, stops the watch. Not sure if she's happy with the time or not. It's always tough to post the time when you're running solo like that, but some good running. And Lauren Tinkler takes the under 23 win there. Big smile on the face. Or it's either a smile or a grimace, hard to tell from there. But she's delighted to have finished and taken the win. And here's Holly Brennan, third place in the junior women's race, so a national bronze for her. That's good running. Nice warm conditions if you're sprinting today, but it's actually quite hot for 5,000 metre running. Neva Marnie in the lap to go. And Ava's looks as though she's won that little race with Laura. So that's 4th and 5th in the junior race. We've got the Finn Valley athlete. There is our second under 23 athlete. She's coming around the top bend now. Aoife Coffey finishing strongly. Stops the watch again. Hopefully she's happy with her time. Lovely and good running there. So we're going to wrap up the medals now with the under 23 second place from Finn Valley. It is Karen Gallagher. So well done to her. Okay, so I'm going to hand back to Jackie Frayne, who will give us an update. Yeah, so we're going to go with the women's races were put together, the under 20, under 23, as Neva Marnie finishes here. Whereas the men, there was big entry, and so the under 20s and under 23s are separate. Any updates from the field, Jackie?
Thank you very much, Matt. It's great to have Matt on board for the 5,000s today. Definite improvement on my level of knowledge at that distance. I extend up to about 2 laps, Matt, so after that, over to you. I can bring you the finalists for the men's under 20, 200 metres. The 8 that qualified through to the final this afternoon: Ikamjaya Omora from Metro St. Bridget's, Bruno Avaro from Newbridge, Robert MacDonald from Galway City Harriers, James Ezenow from Leavell, Charles Okafor from Mullingar, Sean Harding from Shercock, Leonardo Badolato from Listowel, and Michael Farley from Raheny Shamrock. So those 8 will contest the under 20 200 metres final later on today. The men's under 23 final: Jack Hickey from Moyne in lane 1, lane 2 Conal O'Toole from Raheny Shamrock, lane 3 Joseph Finnegan Murphy from Tala, lane 4 Colin Doyle from Leavell, lane 5 John Grant from Selbridge, lane 6 Kieran Connolly from Lacala, lane 7 David McInerney from Leavell, and lane 8 Shane Mooney from Tira. The qualifiers for the women's under 20 200 metre final. Lane 1, Lucy McGlynn from Tyrconnell. Lane 2, Orla Lear from Monaghan Phoenix. Lane 3, Lauren McCourt from Bandon. Lane 4, Erin Tahany from Corran. Lane 5, Katie Bergen from Moyne. Lane 6, Kate O'Connell from Lucan Harriers. Lane 7, Renee Crotty from Annalee. And Lane 8, Elizabeth Gahan from Enniscorthy. I can also bring you the result from the under 20 women's high jump. We saw the medal presentation earlier with another win for Nicola Tuttle from Bandon with a 59.74 throw, which is again a qualifying standard for the European under 20s, just slightly down on her other PBs, but another throw within the standards. So Nicola really maintaining a very high standard of throwing all this season. In second place, Adrienne Gallen from Lifford Strabane, 49.15, as we said last week, a daughter of Sharon Foley, and young up-and-coming talent, Adrienne still under 18. In third, Aideen Cody from St. Albans, 41.34. Fourth, Grace Codia from Lusk, 36.21. And so good standard throwing there in that women's under 20 hammer.
So final call for the under 23 men's 5,000 metres. Can you make your ways to column 2 and 3? Thank you. That's the final call of the 5,000 metres under 23 men. Thank you.
So going to the line now in the junior men's 5,000, and I'll hand over to my more knowledgeable counterpart for commentary on this race.
Thank you, Jackie. The under 20 men are off then. Big field, great to see. So we've, I think, 22 athletes lined up. I expect the favourites will include Abdel Lad from Dunor, Ty Donnelly, and Matthew Lavery will probably be in the mix there as well, from North Belfast. Matthew Murphy from Tullamore is running pretty well as well. So, but there's a big bunch, and it's hard to know how much guys have come on. Really, it's been nearly 18 months with limited competition. Some guys have gone away, trained really well during the lockdown, actually, and improved a lot. I guess there were as many challenges we've had. There've been some benefits to lockdown, I think, as well. Just making way for the stadium announcer there. But yeah, some guys have definitely benefited from even not having the rhythm of training broken by races so often. Not that I think racing often can be good, but guys have been able to put blocks of training together, and there's been a number of guys made a nice leap forward. So it looks to me as though it is Luke Kelly sending the pace there. No, it's not. Oh, it's Matthew Lavery. Sorry, yeah. Is Matthew Lavery North Belfast? Is it? And yeah, Abdul, who would have been one of the favourites for the race, and Dunor has sat back off the pace a little bit at the start. He's way back in the back group, somewhat surprisingly. So it's Matthew Lavery. Maybe he's going out after the under 20 qualifying standard, maybe, which is 14:35. So let's just get a clock on him coming through 800 meters. Yeah, he's on course. He's about 225, 226. So he's in the right ballpark. Maybe he needs to run about. Well, actually, that's a little bit slow. Actually, yeah, no, that's only about 15-minute pace. So if the standard was in his mind, it has to got a little bit quicker. He's not getting too much help though. He's out front there with a 5 or 10 metre lead. Oh, is it? Oh, yes. So 205 is Adam Daly from Tullamore Harriers. Dooley, sorry, yeah. He's been given dispensation to not wear his club singlet, which, but pretty much told never to do that again. Some kind of incident with the singlet earlier, and the officials met and have let him away with it today. But yeah, it's a bit of a no-no to turn up to the meet without your club singlet. Mate, so it's Adam Dooley there. Is not in the Tullamore singlet, but should be. And we, yeah, I'm missing one or two athletes off my start list actually. So apologies there. We've got a nice bunch of athletes though lining up behind Matthew, and actually that gap's closed. Be interested to see if Matthew pays for that early pace on his own. Maybe can sit and recover as the guys move on to him. So nice running there as he come through 3 laps done, 4:18. Oh, sorry, 3.5 laps done. Scott Fagan there from the in the bright yellow vest. Yeah, I'm missing. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just looking for an update on the start list. We've got a nice little race developing anyway. We've got 7 lads in the lead group. Matthew Lattery setting the pace, sorry, getting a bit tongue-tied. Adam Dooley leading the next bunch. Under 20 title for stake here. Yeah, Abdul is, who we said was one of the pre-race favourites, has just gently moved up into that second group behind Scott Fagan. It's Callum Morgan there, I think, is in that lead group. Yeah, I think he's one of the Lagan Valley, is he? It's St Malachy's, sorry, yeah, I knew he was one of the Belfast clubs there, up there with Joe McAllister. Great bunch of lads tend to come out of the school group there and into the club. Looks like 2 Denora athletes, Gavin Curtin. So this, there must be James Bolton. Okay, so Denora must have a chance of contesting that under 20 team cross country race this November. With 3 lads figuring strongly in the 5,000 meters today. That is something to look forward to for the autumn, the cross-country season, and Ireland hosting the European cross-country in Dublin. Hopefully we'll all be fully vaccinated, and that'll be a great event to celebrate having some international sport back in Ireland. So Matthew Lavery is now doing the work for that group. Adam Dooley, Callum Morgan, the 2 Denora athletes. Yeah, Gavin Curtin and James Bolton. Yeah, Scott Fagan and Abdul have now joined that group there. So that was very smooth running from Abdul actually. He's probably run probably even pace of anyone in the race, and just found his way onto that lead group. Adam Dooley still in second place. And with a Lusk athlete coming through with 7 laps to go in 7:27. Actually, one of the features of the live stream is as a coach, if your athlete isn't in the lead group, it can be quite tricky to follow their progress. No such problem for the coach of the guys in this group of 8 or 9 athletes that are involved in this quite an interesting chase for the under-20 title here. They're coming through with 6 laps to go, and tough to pick a winner. Abdul now is moved into the top 2. Scott Fagan's back there. So 2 of the pre-race favourites position themselves nicely, having run very efficiently in the first 2K. So Abdul actually already has the European standard over 5,000 metres, which he posted in Belfast. Dean Casey, I think, goes in 1,500 metres this weekend. He ran 13:58, is the fastest of the athletes with the standard so far. I think we have 4 athletes in total. Nicholas Griggs has also got the standard. I think he goes in 1,500 tomorrow as well. And I think Fionn Harrington may also have a 5,000 metre standard as well as a 3,000 metre standard. And he's looking for the 3,000 steeplechase standard tomorrow. So trying to tick all the boxes. And I guess the steeplechase is you need to have a good range from 5,000 to 1,500 and be able to be reasonably efficient over the barriers. So he's probably hoping to have a good run tomorrow. Yeah, it's a nice bunch of athletes. This is going to turn into a really well contested race. Matthew Lavery has done an awful lot of work on the front of that group. Be interesting to see if he pays the price for that. He looks as though he's working slightly harder than the others in the group, but that's to be expected. As to he's really driven on the pace all race. The other Tullamore athlete, Michael Murphy, is nearly getting back onto that group. And yeah, that's Niall Murphy from Ennis Track. Yeah, he's doing very well. I say there's 3 or 4 athletes from Ennis running well over 5 and 3K this year. Okay, so in that lead group we have Matthew Lavery, Niall Murphy, James Bolton, Gavin Curtin, Callum Morgan, Scott Fagan. Abdul now, though, is looking nicely poised in second place behind the leader. And that's a mile to go. So it's a nice when you get to a mile to go in a 5,000. These guys will regularly run mile reps, so they're back into territory they're well familiar with. Yeah. So the wind picked up slightly from this morning, was as it tends to do here in Santry during the afternoon. And we've got Adam Dooley there, also in that group. One name I missed. 7 athletes. Hard to call who's going to win this. It's going to turn into a bit of a tactical battle now. Abdul's probably the favourite, having already run a strong 5,000 metres so far. But there's 3 medals to be contested, and that we're trying to make sure that he doesn't have it all his own way. Scott Fagan looking pretty comfortable. The Metro St Bridget's athlete. It's bunching up a little bit now. No one wants to commit and make a move. They're quite happy to leave Matthew Lavery out there doing the work. It's not an easy situation to get out of once you're at the front. It's bunching. Who's going to be the first to make a move? I guess the lack of racing this year, they might not all know each other's strengths. The Denora athlete on the outside is, is that Gavin Curtin, Jackie, that's in... he looks as though he made a little surge, but he's sat off it again. And Matthew finally has got... Matthew's finally got a bit of respite as Abdul's taken up the lead. Can he sit and recover, the Belfast athlete, to go again? It's an interesting race. So we come. The lads are going to see 2 laps to go now, so this race is really on. We've got 3 away. Abdul looking strong and driving on the pace. Scott Fagan in second. And then it's the Malachy's athlete Callum Morgan, who is looking very smooth as well. Abdul's just got a little gap. Where are the medals going to go? Is that a conclusive kick that he's got there? Yeah, that gap is stretching out, Jackie. I think Abdul's got the win here. I say very, very cool and controlled first kilometre. Really did no work, and he's just sat in the second or third group to begin with. But now he's timed his kick to perfection. It's got a nice little gap. But the real as the athletes, some of them move through, still with 2 laps to go. The real interesting race is for second and third. There's another little battle there between the Denora athletes and Matthew Lavery. But Abdul's in a super day for Denora with 3 athletes in top 6. Abdul takes the win in oh no, sorry, another lap to go. My mistake. I think we can safely say he's got the win. He's got 50-meter lead. Not fast today. And Scott Fagan is trying to stretch out the elastic and get away from Callum Morgan. Yeah, and it looks okay. And Gavin Curtin is in 4th. Will Callum Morgan fade so much that the Denora athlete comes into the mix as well? At the moment, it looks like we've got our 3. Abdul leading at home for Denora. Scott is finishing quickly. That gap was conclusive though when Abdul got away, but Scott's running really nice and smoothly coming to the home straight. It's going to be outside 15 minutes, but not bad for a national final in a tactical race. 15:10 for Abdul. Scott crosses the line in a few seconds behind and safely across to take the third place. It's Callum Morgan. With Gavin Curtin completes with a super day for Denora. Matthew Lavery in 5th, and the third is not Luke Johnson. Oh, from Moy Valley. Yeah, Luke hopefully might be joining us in NUIG next year. Some nice running and super day for Denora. I say they must be contenders for that under 20 cross country title, with 3 men in the top 7, I think, in the under 20 national 5,000 metres. Nice smooth finish from the other North Belfast athlete. Maybe wondering if he could have committed sooner. And another, that's 3 strong runs from North Belfast today. Sorry, there's 2 North Belfast athletes. It's not as easy as it sounds, this commentary lot. I'll be glad to hand over the microphone to Jackie Frayne for some updates from elsewhere around the stadium.
Thank you, Matt. Matt doing a super job there, and very difficult 5,000, especially when they're starting to get lapped. But a lot of these runners taking advantage of the fine conditions here today to run well. The only other event on at the moment is the women's triple jumper warming up, and we'll bring you starting fields for that in just one moment before we hand back to Matt for his final 5,000 of the day. The under 20 women's triple jump, Ashley McHugh from Naas, Alexandra Joyce from Tuam, Anna McKinty from Orange Grove, Ellen McNally from Greystones and District, Emma Quirk from Greystones and District, Grace Fitzgerald from Tipperary Town AC, and Rachel Gregg from DMP. And in the under 23, just 2 athletes competing, Emily O'Mahony from Waterford and Kim O'Hare from Raheny Shamrock.
Attention athletes, those who qualify.
Okay, we're back for the start of the under 23 5,000 metres. So, field of 12, which is solid numbers. Pre-pandemic, we rarely got those sort of numbers on the start line for national under 23 champs. So, good to see. And we had a false start, I think, in the women's race, but there were just maybe a few toes on the line. They've been called back and ready to go now. So some of the lead contenders in this race, maybe Conor Maguire from Monaghan Phoenix, the UCD athlete there. Thomas Devaney from Connacht would be Castlebar AC, should be able to compete this. Daniel Stone from Raheny, training with the DTC group there. He's taken off after Connor, and it looks as though those two are going to set the pace. It'd be Evan Fitzgerald from Clonmel. Good tradition of distance running down there in Tip. And we've got the North Belfast athlete, Gavin McCaffrey. They did well as a club in the under 20 race, so we'll be looking for a similar strong performance. With Ben Guyden from Clonliffe on the back of a group of 9 athletes, I think, at the moment. William Fitzgerald from Crockwell AC. I just let the announcer give out his COVID instructions.
due to the numbers within who have already finished. So you're please reminded that if you're a guardian or with an athlete or are an athlete that's finished, you have to leave the stadium once you are finished your events. Thank you.
So Daniel Stone picks up the running then with 11 laps to go. 1:46 through the 600 metres. So Conor McLaughlin and running alongside Thomas Balthazar from Clonliffe. Conor, a great character from Connacht. We've enjoyed having on some of the under 20 regionals cross-country camps in years gone by. I believe is that might be a butcher now in Ballynart, so good man to get your sausages from. He'll always have a bit of chat for you. But that's the back of the field. The two lads contesting it, the Clonliffe guy alongside the Moycullen athlete. So the lads, I'm not sure if there's a pack to switch up the pace. Conor Maguire's taking it on now. It looks as though they might be all taking alternate laps. Evan Fitzgerald working hard from Clonmel, to stay in touch. And I think it's Dylan Wright from Lucan that's chasing them down in fourth place. Thomas Devaney looking very smooth. Yes. The wind just has picked up that slight little bit. You wouldn't say it's windy. Wind really, it's a bit of a crosswind going across the stadium. Swirling around a bit. Normally it tends to be into your face coming in from the 200 metre mark, but it looks though it actually is blowing the opposite way today. And is going to be blowing against them as they go around the first curve on the track. Yeah, it looks like a definite conscious plan between the two lead athletes, Conor Maguire and Daniel Stone, to switch up the lead. And yeah, they're looking very smooth and efficient. Nice headband to keep the COVID locks in check from Daniel. He'll be one of the contenders for a strong Irish under-23 cross-country team this winter. DCU athlete. It looks like those two might lead the chase for the gold and silver, with an interesting race developing for third place. Evan Fitzgerald is securing that third place position at the moment. He's got a little gap on the next group, but he looks quite, maybe that's his natural running style, quite workmanlike. Arms with a lot of movement. Thomas Devaney behind him, much more controlled. Appearances can be deceptive though. There's no prizes for style. Yeah. So Thomas is leading the group with looks like Dylan Wright and Willie Fitzgerald. Nice cadence from the two runners out front, Conor and Daniel. And looks though they're swapping, maybe going to swap the lead up on the back straight. Yeah, Conor just moved out to let Daniel through. Sensible stuff. It's tough to try and go out and run a 5,000 metres on your own. And the guys clearly want to post a reasonable time. So they're going to come through here with 7 laps to go. So I'm just doing a bit of maths here. They must have been through the 2K in well inside the 6 minutes anyway. I'll try and get a more useful split for you shortly. So that was 6:27 through with 7 laps to go. Nice little race developing behind them. So the bunch of 5 athletes may be in the mix for that bronze medal. Yeah, Thomas looks tall and strong. Tucked in behind him is William. But it's Evan Fitzgerald making all the running for that group at the moment. Be interesting to see if he pays the price for pushing it on and doing the work for the others as we get into that tactical last kilometre. Yeah, the 2 lads locked in a little battle of their own at the back of the field. It's Conor McLaughlin and Thomas Balthazar from Clonliffe, and they're still moving quite smoothly. Interesting to see who comes out on top of that little battle. So little groups all around the track having their own little races. Daniel moving well. Connor sat him in on the shoulder. So these guys just choking off the laps, switching it up as William Fitzgerald moves into the 3rd place position to take it up for that group. Gap not really been extended too much, but I think our winner is going to come from the 2 lads out front.
You need to check in with Cecil at the front gate. So athletes who qualify for finals, you need to check in again with Cecil at the front gate. Thank you.
Yes. And it's Ben Guyden from Clonliffe just he's stuck a little bit in no man's land between 2 groups there. If he can make up the ground, we've got two athletes out in front, swapping up the lead, trying to keep a nice rhythm and run a decent time. And then we've got a group of 4 athletes in the race for 3rd, with Ben just sat off that by about 10 metres. So it'd be interesting what the pact is between these 2 guys. Are they going to cross the line together, hand in hand, or is it every man for himself when you get to the final K or the final lap? I imagine there's been some conversation before the race, much like in the Tour de France, where things are agreed in the field, and they carve out how the tactics are going to work somewhat. But there is a national title at stake, so I'm sure there'll be a chase on to see who can come out on top. We're missing Mihal Power from this race. He's already posted a under 23 standard of 13:55, I think, earlier in the season. But he worked very hard at the European 10K Cup, making a tough step up to 10,000 metres for an under 23 athlete. And he is still recovering from that. So he's hoping to get himself ready to contest the European under 23 championships if selected. But 10,000 metre running on the track does take it out of the legs. So quite a tough schedule for Mihal this summer. Also, David McGlynn has got a standard in the 10,000 metres, and he's preparing for hopefully towards the championships as well. He might have been a contender in this race. But the guys really are moving well. They've worked well together. They're not really, interestingly, Thomas Devaney takes up the 3rd spot. Those guys maybe have not got a definitive gap on the rest of the field. Thomas is driving it on with William Fitzgerald sat behind him. The gap is, I'd say, about 30 metres. And it looks as though it's a conscious effort from Devaney to try and close on the 2 leaders. So maybe they've got a little bit, the concentration has drifted slightly and the pace had maybe dropped a little bit, but it's Daniel Stone and Conor Maguire, DCU and UCD athletes, locked in a little, well, I wouldn't say battle at the moment because it's been clearly a bit of teamwork between the two of them up to date. But yeah, Thomas Devaney is definitely closing that gap. It looks as though the lads have started to wake up a little bit now. And after setting the early pace, Evan Fitzgerald starting to look strong again. Sat on William Fitzgerald from the Crockwell and Clonliffe athletes. Yeah, that's Thomas is definitely back in touch with the two lads. We're down to about 8 meters, and he's definitely got the momentum. Be interesting to see if the guys have been having a rest, or if they can respond to the challenge, or if Thomas is going to get in the mix in the race for the medals. Yeah, so nearly not quite made it back to the group. Conor Maguire tries to stretch it out, making it harder for Thomas to get on. Long striding Thomas Devaney is in touch now with Daniel Stone. Guys with 2 laps to go. So Conor now as the pack is over, and Conor is kicked away from Daniel Stone. Thomas has split the two of them. He worked pretty hard though to close that gap, but has he timed his effort right? Conor with a little lead still, but the momentum still looks to be with Devaney. 600 meters to go. That's 13:12 they're coming through in, so they should be inside 15 minutes, maybe nearer to 14:45. We'll see how they finish. Here we go. So coming up to a lap to go, Conor Maguire from Monaghan, Phoenix. Training over there in UCD on the other side of the city. Hits the lap button. Can Thomas Devaney make any dint on his lead? And it's actually Evan Fitzgerald that's taken up the 3rd place. Daniel Stone may be paying for going after a decent time at the start. He's just been passed by William Fitzgerald from Crockwell. But he looks as though he's having a little bit of a chance to recover on the back of William. It's going to be a little battle there for 4th and 5th place. Conor Maguire has kicked away and looks like he's got definite lead over Thomas Devaney, and it's Evan Fitzgerald, who actually was our early leader, that is finishing strongly again. He looks a little bit like his running style is not too dissimilar to the Munsell brothers, 2 other Clonmel athletes, the strong seniors. So we've got a sprint on here. Conor's safe for the win of the under-23 race, but it's Thomas Devaney versus Evan Fitzgerald for the 2nd and 3rd place. And Thomas is just holding his form, and he's going to take the 2nd. Very happy with that. And Evan into 3rd. Daniel Stone rallied again, has come back and taken the 4th place. And we'll be close to the 15-minute mark with William Fitzgerald. And then Ben Guyden finishing strongly. From here, it looks like that was Dylan Wright. I'm not sure if Jackie can tell me that came through. But that was a well-contested race. Don't always get good numbers in the under-23s at nationals, but good to see like a classic 5,000-meter battle there. Actually, 2 guys took it up very steady, had a nice lead, and then we got the challenger coming from the group behind. So I guess distance running can be like chess on the track at times. Not just fitness, but a bit of strategy. So Conor Maguire will be happy. Daniel Stone did him a huge favour early on, took him away from the lead, and was just past but managed to take the 4th place, was it? From yeah. So just missing out on a medal, but a strong run. Okay, I think we are about to move to some sprinting, some 200 meters. So I might pass over to someone with a bit more knowledge of what's going on there and Jackie will be well in tune with our under 20 athletes, so she'll give you the updates.
Thank you very much there to Matt Lockett, our endurance coordinator, for his very informative commentating on the 5,000 metres. Confirmation of that under 20 women's result. Laura Mooney, Tullamore Harriers taking the win in 16:31.66 from Aoife McGreevy of Laggan Valley 17:02.41 and Holly Brennan from Silly's AC 17:36.85.
Now will be the junior women's 200 metre final. In 1 is Lucy McGlynn, in 2 Orla Lear, in 3 Lauren McCourt, in 4 Erin Tanney, in 5 Kate Bergen, in 6 Kate O'Connell, 7 Penny Crotty.
And as Matt correctly told you, Lauren Tinkler took the win in the women's under 23. Lauren Tinkler from Dublin City Harriers in 17:25.18, and second place Karen Gallagher from Finn Valley 18:44.11. Those girls just been presented with their medals at the moment. So that's Lauren Tinkler and Karen Gallagher on the podium. The under 23 women's 5,000 metres. So we're getting ready for a very exciting junior women's 200 metre final. As you saw, competition for places in this final very competitive earlier on. From the inside, lane 1, Lucy McGlynn, Tyrconnell. Lane 2, Orla Lear, Monaghan Phoenix. Lane 3, Lauren McCourt from Bandon. Lane 4, Erin Tahany from Corran. Lane 5, Katie Bergen from Moyne. Lane 6, Kate O'Connell from Lucan. Lane 7, Renee Crotty from Annally. And lane 8, Elizabeth Gahan from Enniscorthy. As we saw earlier this morning, Lauren McCourt just missed out on her European under-20 qualifying standard, so she'll be looking to make amends in this final. But she will definitely be pushed all the way by Katie Bergen and Kate O'Connell, who looked very strong in their respective heats this morning. Erin Tahany from Carn, also heat winner. So really good battle in prospect. A lot of these girls in good form coming into this summer and also vying for places on the Irish under 20 4x1 squad, which will attempt to run a time tomorrow at the end of the day. Girls on the marks for the under 20 women's 200 metre final. Lauren McCourt, tall figure of Lauren McCourt in Bandon colours, very quickly into her running. So too Kate O'Connell from Lucan Harriers and Katie Bergen from Moyne. So coming in, it's Lauren McCourt from Kate O'Connell and Katie Bergen. So good and strong. A little bit wind, looks like it's blustering around. So it's Lauren from Kate O'Connell and Katie Bergen. 24:46 clock seems to stop at there, but we'll wait confirmation of the time. So we watch that first bend again, very strong first 100 by Kate O'Connell using a 400 metre strength there, and Lauren McCourt. So it's Lauren into the home straight from Kate O'Connell and Katie Bergen, with Erin Tahany from Corn finishing strongly, and so too the tall figure of Renee Crotty from Annally. So we'll wait the official confirmation of times and that, but it looks like for Lauren she was just outside that automatic qualifying standard, but I won't speculate until we get an official confirmation.
7, Leonardo Badolato, the stool, and lane 8, Michael Farley, Ranini. So that's the junior and 200 metre final go to competition.
So next up on the track is the men's under 20 200 metre final. Lane 1, Mjika Onwera from Wetro St. Bridget's. Lane 2, Bruno Avoiro from Newbridge. Lane 3, Robert MacDonald from Galway City Harriers. Lane 4, James Ezeno from Leavale. Lane 5, Charles Okafor from Mullingar. Lane 6, Sean Harding from Shercock. Lane 7, Leonardo Bodolato from Listowel. And lane 8, Michael Farley from Raheny Shamrock. Very competitive racing prospect, as the qualifying for this final was just the heat winner in the 4 fastest times, so very competitive qualifying rounds, and a lot of these boys were able to ease down, so it'll be interesting to see how quick they can go pushing each other in this final. The standard that the under 20s are aiming for the 200 metres, which Rob MacDonald has one standard from last year, he will be in search of a second standard, and the likes of Charles and Sean and Michael and the others in the field will be searching for an under 20 standard for Europeans. If this wind settles down a little bit, it is swirling just a little bit. They need a time inside 21:53, so 21:53 or faster is what these boys are looking for.
Okay, the next event to report to the column will be the junior men 800 metres and junior women 800 metres. So junior men and women, can we start reporting to the column? That's the 800 metres, please.
The timetable is a little bit inaccurate if any of you are looking at the actual timetable at the moment, due to the fact that there were some straight finals run this morning. So we've just had the 200 metres under 20 women's final. The under 23 women's final was held at the heat time earlier today. Next up we will have the under 20 men's 200 metre final. Both women's 800s were finals this morning, so the next race following the 200s will be the men under 20 800 metre final. The men's under 23 was also a straight final. And then the last 2 track events of the day will be the 4x400 relays from women and men. The Irish under 20 and under 23 squads are all going to try to achieve qualifying standards for their respective championships at the end of the day here today. Coaches David McCarthy, Paul McKee, and some coaches stepping in to help for the day. Dermot McGranahan and myself will try to get these athletes across the line and get qualifying standards for the under 20s and under 23s. The Ireland under 23 women, Rachel McCann, Miriam Daly, Laura Nally and Laura Crossan will compete against an under 23 select women's team of Deirdre Murray, Ciara Deely, Molly Harahan and Shauna Lydon. And 2 under 20 women's teams, the A team of Maeve O'Neill, Emer Rowe, Kate O'Connell and Quiva Cronin, and the B team of Sarah O'Toole, Daniela Jansen, Charlotte Burke and Katie Bergen. So very competitive racing prospect there. For the men's, the under 20 A team of Jordan Knight, Cian Dunn, Robert Byrne and Keely Hogan will compete against the under 23 men's A team of Owen Kenny, Jack Mitchell, Jack Raftery and David Ryan, and the under 23 B team of Adam Hughes, Cathal Locke, Jamie Mitchell and Aaron Keane. You'll have seen quite a number of these athletes in action earlier today in the 400 metre hurdles or in the 200s. in one or two cases in the 800s. So it's great that these athletes are committed to the relay programs and will join in this attempt to try and get qualifying standards for European under 20s, which is 3:14 for men and 3:44 for women, and for the under 23s, which is 3:12 for the men and 3:40 for the women.
Finals, can you make your way to the column to accept the 100-metre women finals?
So the junior men just making the final adjustments to their blocks. Just to remind you again, from the inside, Onwera, Iavoro, MacDonald, Ezanu, Okafor, Harding, Badalato and Farley. Exciting final in prospect here. Expect Robert MacDonald to really push hard out of the blocks, and Charles Okafor was very quickly into his running in the qualifying rounds, so exciting final in prospect. Pretty even start by all the fields. Robert MacDonald quickly pushing up on James Esno outside him, and Charles Okafor also going well on their first bend. And as they come into the home straight, it's Rob MacDonald from Esno, Charles Okafor and Leonardo Badalato. So very good performance there by Robert MacDonald. Clock stops at 20.94, so that would be well within the required standard for the under 20s, and I'm suspecting that James Ezenau from Nivelle, threw his hands in the air there, may have attained the standard also, but we await the official confirmation of that result. So we watch again, Charles Okafor and Rob MacDonald look to be quick in the running, and James Ezenau took a little bit longer to get into his running his tall striding figure. But a latter going very well coming into the final 100 metres. It's Rob MacDonald pulling away from Ezenau, Okafor, Badalato and Sean Harding from Shercock. So watching the presentation of the under 20 women's 200 metres. The winner there, Lauren McCourt from Bandon. Second place, Kate O'Connell from Lucan Harriers. And third, Katie Bergen from Moyne. I suspect PBs for the girls in second and third place. But again, subject to confirmation, we'll try and bring you that confirmed result just now. So well done to those three girls. Lauren McCourt, coached by Liz Coomey in Bandon. Kate O'Connell from Lucan with a big PB there of 24.80. Kate has been improving week on week, so it's great to see her coming through with another PB in that 200 today. And Katie Bergen from Moyne AC is part of Martin Flynn's squad there in Moyne. Great little club who are going to hold an open meet on July the 4th. As a last chance for those under 20 seeking standards. Moyne, very progressive club, held the Moyne Summer Games very successfully last year and hope to follow up with a 2021 version. I can bring you the up-to-date result from that men's junior men's 200 metres. As we said, a win for Robert McDonnell in 20.93, which is superb performance, and I would think a PB for Robert, and also a long way inside the qualifying standard of 21.53. In second place, James Ezenau of Leevale, who will be very sad to know that he just missed out on that European under-20 qualifying time. His time was 21.60, so missing out by 0.07 of a second, but still a very impressive run and a big PB for James Ezenau. Third, Charles Okafor from Mullingar in 21.75. Fourth, Leonardo Badalato from Listoul, 21.80. Fifth, Sean Harding from Shercock in 21.90. I notice a DNF beside Michael Farley and Bruno Iavoro, so I hope those athletes, and Unware from Metro St. Bridget, so I hope those athletes are all right and we haven't injury concerns there.
Final call for the 800 women's junior finalists. Can you make your way to the column, please?
So next up on track is the men's under 23 200 metre final. Lane 1, Jack Hickey from Moyne. Lane 2, Conal O'Toole from Raheny Shamrock. Lane 3, Joseph Finnegan Murphy from Tala. Lane 4, Colin Doyle from Leevale. Lane 5, John Grant from Selbridge. Lane 6, Kieran Connolly from Lecaila. Lane 7, Dave McInerney from Leevale. And Lane 8, Shane Mooney from Tira AC. So again, we see the Leevale club to the fore here. They have lots of sprinters coming through, and it's great to see. And Moyne with the second 200 metre finalists this weekend. Progressive young club, and great to see them having finalists and medalists at these national under 20 and under 23 championships. Joseph Finnegan Murphy, Colin Grant, John Grant all look very impressive in their respective heats. Expect Colin Doyle to try and push on to get rid of that 400ths of a second that he is outside that qualifying standards for European under 23s, and he should be pushed all the way by Kieran Connolly, fresh from his 2:05 victory in the high jump. Dave McInerney from Leevale, who ran very well in qualifying rounds, and Joseph Finnegan Murphy from Tala, coached by Kenneth Kiernan and part of a strong, young, developing sprint squad there.
So while the guys are waiting on their blocks there for the 200, the under 23 and under 20 women's triple jump is on at the moment as well, and some good jumping going on there from Ashley McHugh and Kim O'Hare and Emma Quirk and Ellen McNally as well. And then we also have down here in front of us the weight for distance event for the girls as well. So.
Strange times we live in, Dave, watching the weight for distance girls lined up waiting to throw, sitting 2 metres apart on their chairs. I think this is the new reality, really, isn't it?
I think a lot of these throwers wouldn't mind that, actually, just getting a seat between the event. We're not used to all this running around lark, you know. I know, I'm only joking. Yeah, it is weird. It is weird, really. And just, you know, looking over at the triple jump run up as well, they're all seated 2 metres apart, and normally they'd have coaches and family there leaning over the fence and kind of giving them encouragement, but all that's out of place today. So
So they just seem to be waiting for something here with this men's under 23 200. They're doing an extra lot of strides around the bend here. So I can remind you of the field from the inside. Jack Hickey, Colin O'Toole, Joseph Finnegan Murphy, Colin Doyle, John Grant, Kieran Connolly, Dave McInerney and Shane Mooney.
So Colin Doyle looked quite impressive.
Yeah, looked very strong again this week. He had a strong run in the AAI games and looked strong in the qualifying rounds, but I think some of the others held something reserved too, so I think they'll be pushing him all the way in this final.
The guys go to their blocks there. I think looking at the wind there, it's possibly helping them a little bit as they come around that bend, but a bit of a crosswind on the home straight.
Yeah, it looks like a crosswind. Hopefully it's not over the legal limit in the home straight. So fast start there by Joseph Finnegan Murphy, but Colin Doyle up quickly into his running and really making strides on the field. Going around that first bend, excellent and strong first 100 metres by Colin Doyle as he comes into the home straight. It's Colin Doyle from Joseph Finnegan Murphy, Shane Mooney, Dave McInerney and John Grant. So it looks like Colin Doyle from Joseph Finnegan Murphy and John Grant.
Very fast, 21:58.
Oh, for Colin, that's just outside the qualifying again. He has run 21:50 and change every time. I think this poor guy really trying to figure out what does he need to do to get the clock to act in his favour. But we await the confirmation. That's just a time from the stadium clock, so perhaps it'll be rounded down, but I fear the worst. Very strong performance by Colin. Colin will be pushed much harder at National Seniors next week, so I guess he'll have another go next week.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think he pretty much was on his own there over the last 50 metres. So maybe if he had other people on his shoulder a little more, he would have definitely would have pulled him through under that 21:50 mark.
Yeah, Dave, we look at this review again. Colin really quick into his running. Really was probably well in the lead before at the 150 mark. Turns into the straight, and unfortunately he's got no one to push him that whole way up that straight, and he's a slight figure, so the wind probably caught him a little bit. Joseph Finnegan Murphy doing his best work in the latter stages of the race, with John Grant finishing quickly and Shane Mooney from Tira, as he did in the qualifying rounds, finishing in fourth.
Yeah, Colin looks technically a very good sprinter. Great upright style and working his arms and legs really well. It's
yeah, Colin, coached by Alan Mahoney in Cork, as we said earlier, and would be working on his stability, and having had a number of hamstring issues in the past, so it's good to see him strong and being able to race, put several races back to back, which he hasn't been able to do for the last number of years. These boys have an anxious wait now for the times.
Is there any chance we've got a triple jump?
Just before we go away from that, I can bring you the result. Oops, it's just this.
I shouldn't have whistled.
So my results disappeared off the screen as I was about to bring them to you, so perhaps they're going to be readjusted.
So just in the triple jump there, we've got Ellen McNally from Greystones District. I think she got 10:85, I think, on her third round jump after 2 no jumps in the first round, second round. Well, she certainly gets a white flag there, so let's see what that looks like. Fortunately, we don't have a scoreboard to We'll await maybe a report from the long jump pit.
Report to the column, please. Final call, 35 points. Way to play.
So next up on track, Dave, we have the final of that junior men's 800 metres. We saw the qualifying rounds this morning. From the ins, there are more than 8 runners, so they share lanes here in this final. From the inside, Joseph Prendergast, Greystones and District, Kyle Moorhead, Crockwell, Nathan Sheehy Cremen from Emerald, Matteo Mary from Waterford, Aaron Shorten from St Lawrence O'Toole, Owen Quinn from Mullingar Harriers, Oisin Kelly from Cranford, Dara Donoghue from Lucan Harriers, Niall McKnight from Annandale Striders, and Keane Gorham from St Peter's AC. So the heat winners from this morning all looked comfortable, and Owen Quinn in particular I thought looked very strong. He was able to ease down and win his heat as he wished. Owen is looking for a second European Under-20 qualifying standard, having run 150.45 earlier this year. He needs a second time under 151. These 800 metre times have proved a little bit elusive today. The swirling breeze and changing conditions not helping the athletes. Lewis O'Loughlin just missed out on his second standard this morning in the under 23, and the under 20 women also looking for times were just outside. This swirling wind really not helping things here today, Dave. We're hoping for it to settle down a little bit. It doesn't seem to have been quite so strong during the sprints, which is fortunate, but for these 800 metre runners, I think they're having to face into it on the bends in particular.
Yeah, no, it's definitely getting up there, Jackie. Just looking at this field, who are our fastest guys are on paper are Owen Quinn and Nathan Sheehy Cremen.
Yeah, Nathan Sheehy Cremen looked good winning his heat this morning. Nathan Sheehy Cremen from Emerald, an under 19 athlete. So it's another year at this under 20 age group.
So it'd be great if Owen Quinn could dip under that 150 mark. I guess that's the target, but it's I suppose sometimes you got to be in the right race to do for all those things to come together.
Yeah,
feeding off a fast pace on that first lap.
Yeah, another one who looked comfortable this morning, young Dara Donoghue from Lucan Harriers, just an under 18, but he was the winner of Heath 3 this morning of that under 20 men's 800. So a lot of those heats have proved close finishers, so we look forward to a competitive final here. Watch out for Aaron Shorten from St Lawrence O'Toole, who likes to front run. He's there in the centre of the track in the blue and white of Lawrence O'Toole. So nice even break for the boys, and as predicted, Aaron Shorten pushes to the front.
Aaron's not afraid of taking responsibility out in the front, is he?
No, he likes to front run and keep himself out of traffic.
His type of race, yeah.
Yeah, this tall figure of Owen Quinn from Mullingar on the outside takes close order, as does Nathan Sheehy Cremen from Emerald AC, and again a tall figure of Kyle Moorhead. So a lot of tall guys in this field. It makes it harder when you're smaller in stature to get out if you're caught in traffic. The taller guys do have a bit of an advantage. So coming in with 400, they're going to go through in about 54. It's Aaron Shorten from Owen Quinn and Nathan Sheehy Cremen.
So you're probably talking about 155, 156 pace here, maybe. Yeah. Normally you have slightly negative splits.
Yeah,
in the 800.
The boys be hoping for a little bit quicker, but that's certainly what they're on target for. Owen is pushing on nice and strongly. Looked very comfortable in his heat today. Right. Kyle Moorhead making good ground there, and Niall McKnight and Adele just dropping back off that leading group. So it's Owen Quinn. Yeah,
Mullingar leading into the home straight here.
Owen Quinn from Nathan Sheehy Cremen, and Aaron Shorten really working hard to push back down this home straight. A number of these boys fast finishing here. On the outside, it looks like
151.9 finishing time. Owen Quinn's very impressive coming up the home straight there.
Yeah, looked very, very strong, but he'll be a little bit disappointed with his time again. Just marginally outside that automatic qualifying standards. A lot of these athletes really are on target, and thereabouts. The qualifying standards, just the last couple of tenths, couple of hundreds eluding them, which really you feel terribly sorry for them about. We need to just see that finish again, because I think Oisin Kelly from Cranford may have just got up on the line for the minor placings, but we await a confirmed result for you. So back in the triple jump. Looks like we're in the latter stages of the competition there, Dave. Order reversed, I think.
Yeah, it looks like it at this. They'll be probably in the 5th round now, I think. Possibly even 6th round. So I think after 3 rounds, as far as I know, Aisling McHugh was leading. And Kim O'Hare was second, and not sure just who was third yet, but it was pretty tight at the front. I think Aisling McHugh was on and had jumped over 11:40, and Kim O'Hare was on about 11:16. Just bringing some results earlier from the men's shot put. In the junior under 20 shot put, Liam Shaw was the winner there with a big PB with a 6 kilo shot of 14.27. Liam from the Athenry Club in Galway. Jack Ford is second with 13.01, and Sam Vines, Jack Ford from St Killian's, and Sam Vines from Cabinteely was third with 12.63. So that was a great throw from Liam Shaw there. He's been producing huge throws as he's been coming up through the different age groups, and it's great to see him going again. And actually we had a championship best performance from James Kelly today in the shot put. The throw personal best for James of 16 meters 90, and that just under that 17 meter barrier that he's probably been looking to break through, but personal best all the same. And it's great to see James moving forward. Obviously more competition is going to bring that for James, so maybe he can go through 17 next weekend, and that moves him slightly ahead of his training partner Gavin McLaughlin, who Gavin will be up against James next week in the senior championships. Sean Carlin was second with 13.13, and Padraig Hoare was third with 12.98, and looks like another huge PB for Ryan Duggan in 4th place with 12.30. So Ryan's been from the Leavell Club, has been making steady progress there too, so well done to all those guys.
And I can also bring you the confirmed result from that men's under 23 200 metres. Unfortunately, the wind doing them no favours. It was a minus 1.3 wind. The winner was Colin Doyle of Leavell, 21.56. Second, Joseph Finnegan Murphy, Tala, 22.45. Third, John Grant, Selbridge, 22.58. And fourth, Shane Mooney from Tira, 22.65.
So the triple jump, as we're looking at there, it's obviously an extremely physical event. It's takes a huge toll on your body, and you need to be extremely well conditioned to withstand all the forces that are coming through on each of the phases of the hop, the step, and the jump phase. And it's definitely an event that athletes grow into, and they get much better and better as they get stronger, and their stability gets better, and it's generally you see athletes maturing as they come into their mid-20s, late 20s, you know.
Dave, I'm going to have to desert you because I promised I'd go and help with some of the under 20 and under 23 4x4 women's teams, because there's a number of teams, as I said, I gave you the runners earlier, attempting to achieve standards at these 4x4s. I'll leave Dave with details of the teams and go and help them with their warm-ups. And we will be back tomorrow. Dave desert you for the rest of the day, probably because I'm going to help with these relays, but there's just the relays left on the track and the women's triple jump left in the field.
Attention athletes, into the relays. In the first relay in 10 minutes. So the first relay, if the teams can come to the cauldron, the first relay will be taking place.
They won't be kicking off for about another 10 minutes. So maybe go and get your put the kettle on and come back for those in about 10 minutes. Yeah. There's Aisling McHugh going in the triple jump.
Everybody can report to the cauldron in the next few minutes. That's the 4x400 junior women relay.
I think Aisling possibly slightly niggled maybe an ankle or a knee or something on her first jump today, and even though she got a quite a respectable jump in, she was kind of feeling the effects of it afterwards. So it looks like she's backed out of that effort. Well, we'll have to wait and see if she's done enough to win the championship here today. You can see as these jumpers go in, there's varying styles used. Some of them use what they call a double arm shift, and where both arms are kind of following the same pattern through the jump. You'd have your right and left arm both pushing forward on takeoff, and then some go more with the rhythm of your running, where the left and right arms work oppositely. You know.
We're going to get the first race underway at 15:30. So that's in approximately 7 or 8 minutes time.
Triple jump is also a slightly different approach to the takeoff. This is Kim O'Hare running in that. Kim's a fine athlete from the Raheny Club. I think Kim, she's looking to be the next Irish athlete to go over the 12-metre barrier. This year we currently have Sarah Buggy and Grace Fitzgerald. Grace actually not here today, but Kim definitely has that ability to go forward over 12 metres. Yeah. This is Rachel Gregg from DMP. Getting ready. The red and white vest of DMP. It's bringing very good speed in. I think everybody's looking forward to the national championships, national senior championships, when there's going to be a slightly bigger allowance on the stadium numbers, and I think it'll make a huge difference to the atmosphere for all these athletes. I think it's very difficult for them competing with nobody here, and definitely will create more motivation, more nerves as well, obviously, but usually that brings bigger performances as well. I think that was Alexandra Joyce, I think from the Tume Club, I think. And then next on the run-up is Emma Quirk from Greystones District. Emma did a personal best in the first round today of 10:83, and she hadn't competed since 2019. So that good long break from competition didn't do her any harm. But she's put in a good solid winter's training. Seems to have improved her sprinting on the run-up. Looks like another solid jump there. And actually, we have two Greystones athletes. Here's the second one, Ellen McNally, both coached by Buntu Milsana. That looks like quite a reasonable jump as well from Ellen McNally. But Buntu's been leading the jumps in Greystones, and the two girls working very well then with Aidan Hartnett on their sprints. And so I think for all of these jumpers, just great to be out competing, seeing these guys that they're used to facing at all these major championships, or big championships like this. And this Anna McKinty coming in from the Orange Grove Club, and Anna was here last week at the AEI Games, and that looks like a respectable jump as well. Just bringing you some results from earlier in the shot put. In the under 23, Fiona Hennessy was the winner with 8 meters 93 from the Templemore Club, and Mary Fitzgerald from Paralympics Ireland and and the Goran Club in Kilkenny. Married
So all
at
that is
7 meter
under
66.
23 and junior
That was a very,
women
very
in
good throw
column.
from Mary Fitzgerald. And we'll get the junior women's in a second. Yeah, and the junior woman, we had Casey Mulvey was the winner with 14:08. This is a little below Casey's 15:62 best, but maybe a few little technical things to work out there. Chloe Casey from Galway City Harriers was second with 10:62, and Sive Byrne of Enniscorthy third with 9 meters 25.
4x400 women's team to make their way to the call room, please.
It looks like the last jump for Kim O'Hare. Having a look down at the tape there. David Murphy, who's officiating today, is also one of our leading triple jump coaches. He's got a great group down in Waterford. He coaches Grace Fitzgerald, and David, a former jumper himself, and he is supporting the event in so many ways. So the athletes always like to see him on the when he's officiating there. Gives them a word of encouragement. And so the men's weight for distance throw is starting to kick off here, and it's Robert Higgins from Nafina. He had a very impressive throw this morning, personal best in the hammer, with 57 meters plus. But he was throwing the weight out there and making it look very, very light. So the relay runners are on their way out. So today we have the 4x400s and quite a few teams. We'll run down through some of the athletes shortly when they come out on track. But we actually have an Irish an Irish select team, the women's A team consisting of Maeve O'Neill, Emer Rowe, Kate O'Connell and Caoimhe Cronin. They'll be wearing white vests today. And then the second Irish team will be consist of Seren Quinn on leg one, Daniela Jansen, Charlotte Burke and Katie Bergen. Then also they're both in the under-20s, and then in the under-23s. In the women's side, we have a team consisting of Deirdre Murray, Ciara Deely, Molly Hurahan, and Shauna Layden. So a lot of our exciting talent from the under-20s, under-23s, they're all coming together here today, and going to pool their resources, and hopefully we can get some impressive times today.
We're at both a junior team and an under-23, and then we have Comistown, we have Tullamore, and we have St. Lawrence O'Toole's. So if you can start making your way, the first lady in each up to the start, please. Thank you. So it's 4x400.
Okay, so we got the 4x4 now ready to go. And first of all, we're going to have the club race. And in lane 2, we've Moyne Athletic Club. We've Aoife Dwyer, Leona Marr, Aisling Dwyer and Kate Bergen. So obviously we're only taking first runner out will be Aoife Dwyer. In lane 3, Thomastown Athletic Club. We have Ellen Ryan. Well, actually be 4 or 5 runners here, so I'm presuming one of these is getting will be reserve. Ellen Ryan, Anya Kerwin, Emma Minogue, Fiona Dillon and Hannah Keogh. And we've 5 selection of 5 here from Ratoath as well, from Laura Kelly, Aisling Stratford, Eve Ford, Lily O'Connor and Amy Doherty. Then Tullamore Harriers, we've a selection of 6. We just need to confirm who these runners are, but it's from Ava O'Connor, Laura Mooney, Ruby Stephen, Cara Martin, Emily Cunningham and Imelda Lamb. In lane 6, St Lawrence O'Toole, we have Sheila Doyle, Georgia Fitzgerald, Elsa Doyle and Lindsay Ward.
And under 23, can you make your way to the corner?
And then in lane 7 we have our only under 23 team. That's Ratoath. And we have Hannah Slattery, Karen Hayes, Ella Healy and Amelia Campbell. So we're going to run this under 20 club race first, and then we'll follow that by the Ireland teams. So that'll be in the second heat. So the starter is organising all the runners there at the moment. So it looks like the Moyne team have pulled out because we've no lane 2. So it's Thomastown, Ratoath, Tullamore, St Lawrence O'Toole, and Ratoath in the under 23. Thanks very much. Thanks a million. So I'm not sure what the delay is here. So lane 3, Thomastown. Lane 4, Ratoath. Lane 5, Tullamore Harriers. Lane 6, St Lawrence O'Toole. And lane 7, Ratoath under 23 team. So all under 20 teams apart from lane 7. And it looks like as they come out of the blocks, Ratoath out in lane 7 seem to have picked up a little bit of ground there over the first 100 metres. Tullamore seem to be going quite well as well. Always hard to tell. So as they break, they're staying in their lanes actually till around the first band, the next band. But Tullamore leading and Ratoath coming up. It's neck and neck coming into that first changeover. Ratoath pick it up. The Ratoath under 20 team. Really impressive run. The under 23 team went out very hard, but maybe the under 20 team paced probably a little better. But very, very positive run. The Ratoath runner here has made up a huge distance there from the changeover. Probably picked up maybe 30, 40 meters. And this is a very, very positive run here. Neck and neck for the other teams. Ratoath under 23 team coming into second position. This is Laura Kelly, I believe. This is a really, really super run from Laura. She hands over and the changeover at about 1:59. Ratoath under 23 team coming in now. And St. Lawrence O'Toole, Tullamore and Thomastown. So neck and neck really for those last few places. But no question on the leader. It's Ratoath way out in front, maybe 50 meters, the guts of 50 meters in the lead. But things can change though, so it's another very good club. The Ratoath club, it's a club that's growing and growing, and huge numbers out training every week, and they take a regular slot up at the National Indoor Arena before we were all blocked out of it with the COVID restrictions. But that was a super changeover. Just went through in about 3:01, 3 minutes to 3:01. So very even splits. Let's hope they can get around and try and get under that 4-minute barrier. It'd be very, very good for a club 4x4 team. Yeah, Ratoath are making up huge ground here. They're just going from strength to strength. Coming strongly into the home straight. And very, very strong run all the way through. And just outside the 4-minute barrier. It's a 4:01.29. And coming through, looks like Thomastown. And just behind them, the 4x4 team from Ratoath, St. Lawrence O'Toole and Tullamore. Good run by all those girls, and it's always a great club event. It's really brings all these girls together, and where they're working for each other instead of competing against each other. For always fantastic camaraderie there. So in this race we have 4 Irish teams, 2 under-20 teams in lane 3 and 4, and under-23 teams in lane 5 and 6. So the starters are, we have Daniela Jansen, Sarah O'Toole, Charlotte Burke and Katie Bergen for the first under-20 team. In lane 3, lane 4, we've Maeve O'Neill, Emer Rowe, Kate O'Connell and Caoimhe Cronin. And then the under-23 team, in lane 6 we've Rachel McCann, Miriam Daly, Arlene Crossan and Laura Crossan. And in lane 5, Deirdre Murray, Laura Nally, Molly Hurahan and Ciara Deely. So Rachel McCann leading out. And very strong run. Deirdre Murray just behind her. And coming up to the changeover, Rachel hands to Miriam Daly. And Laura Nally taking it on for the other under-23 team. So Sarah O'Toole and Emer Rowe are the runners on this leg for the under-20 teams. So the under-20 team just tucked right in behind there, the 2 under-23 teams. Miriam Daly in the lead here, former captain of the Irish team at the under-18 championships a few years ago in Győr in Hungary. And looking to come back into form this year. He's running a very good strong leg. Laura Nally pushing her all the way, just slightly picking it up there. This leg we have Arlene Crossan and Molly Hurahan. And Charlotte Burke and Kate O'Connell take it on for the under-20s. So it really is neck and neck here for these 2 Irish teams. And of course, a lot of these athletes vying for positions on the Irish 4x4 team. If we can get a team through to the European under-20 or under-23 championships. So it's more than just a kind of a dress rehearsal. These races are very important for putting your hands up in front of selectors. So Kate O'Connell having a great run here. Charlotte Burke, and Arlene Crossan and Molly Hurahan. And into the last leg, Caoimhe Cronin. She's gone out into the lead, ran really hard around that first bend. And Caoimhe's actually with the under-20 team, so the under-20s are showing the under-23s the way here. Let's see if she can maintain that hard first run, the first 200 that she's just put in. And Caoimhe Cronin, yeah, from the Lucan Club or Lacala Club, running really, really hard up that home straight. I think she's going to take it all the way. Excellent run from Caoimhe Cronin. Yeah, 3:48.21 the overall time. So well done.
Okay, folks, the final event of the afternoon will be the 4x400 junior men and under 23. And Rathcoon
So the under 24x4 getting underway. You have two Ratoath teams and three Ratoath teams in lane 2, 3 and 7. And then you have an Ireland team in lane 4, Ireland teams in lane 4, 5 and 6. So Ratoath in lane 2, there's Fionn Drummond, Jack O'Donnell, Jake Rutherford, Stephen Walsh and Sam Carey. It's 4 out of those 5. And you have 4 out of 5 of these guys in lane 3 from Ratoath: Kyle Witter, Owen Kane, Matthew Hayes, Adam Quinn and Jed Walsh. And the Ireland team in lane 4: Alan Miley, Jordan Knight, Cian Dunn, Keely Hogan, Robert Byrne and Hugo McGee. And the Ireland team in lane 5: Adam Hughes, Cathal Locke, Jamie Mitchell, Aaron Keane and Kieran Carthy. And lane 6, another Ireland team with Owen Kenny, Jack Mitchell, Jack Raftery and David Ryan. So I think that's Jack Mitchell, and Jack will be handing over to Jack Raftery. That's a good run. Jack Raftery went off at a serious rate of knots from the bend there. He had a great run last week, personal best in the 400. And the Ratoath team's putting in fantastic effort here today. To pull together 3 under 20 teams is just amazing. Yeah. So Jack already has a qualifying mark for the under 20 championships in Tallinn in a few weeks' time. That's a very solid run, and David Ryan taking the bet. 2:23 they've gone through in. David Ryan from the Moicarkey Cool Crew Club, and David's based over in Brunel University, but he's got a great training group over there. It's a fantastic college with Brunel, great physical education tradition, and looks running very, very strongly up that home straight. And comes through in 3:11.18. That's an excellent time. 3:11.18. So the national record, the Irish national record, is 3:10.17. So for those guys to do that here today, that shows that they're going to be a really fantastic team going out to Tallinn in a few weeks' time. And those guys are buzzing after that. Yeah. So supreme effort there. And it's often the case you get 4 relay runners, and it's huh? Yeah, and that's actually confirmed. That's a qualifying standard for the European Under 20 Championships. So as I was saying there, in these relay races, often the combined efforts of four guys, it can be greater than their individual PBs, and it's how those guys work together and how they work the changeovers. And so often you've seen really a fantastic lineup in a relay team, but when they don't work on the changeovers, and those baton changeovers if they're not slick and timed well, the team becomes ineffective. but that team today did a really great job. So best of luck to them in a couple of weeks' time.